Hi, I'm Peter Tragos, host of the Lawyer You Know podcast and YouTube channel. The saying goes, everyone hates lawyers until you need one. Well, I'm here when you need one to answer your questions and give you insight that you didn't know you needed. Along with my partners, Pete Sardis, the professor, who has a finance and business background, and George Tragos, my dad, and the consigliere, a criminal defense giant, we can answer any questions you have. What's up, everybody? We're back here. Day 17 of the trial, day 2 of cross. And I expect Camille would have been preparing all night, and we will probably have a scripted kind of start again to cross. I actually think she does better when she settles in and just starts kind of bouncing back and forth with Amber Heard, kind of talking about her story, picking it apart, picking a couple things to impeach, as opposed to Johnny hasn't looked at you this whole trial, right? Because he told you he wasn't going to look at you. Not my favorite stuff, but a lot of you like that, and maybe the jury liked it as well. Maybe I'm just a jaded lawyer, and so that stuff didn't really hit hard for me. But again, maybe different for you guys. So I think that we're going to get a lot of information today about how Amber Heard deals with being called a liar. I think we can go that far. I think they're at least going to say that what she's saying is less than true, or at least inconsistent from what she said in the past. I think there's going to be a lot of that. If you join me for my mock cross-examination, there was a lot of that, with pictures, with recordings, with prior statements, with statements of other witnesses. So I think we're going to get into that. I don't know how much we're going to get into the metadata and things like that, because they cut it off on direct, and they didn't let her, meaning Johnny's team objected to it and didn't let Amber Heard get into the metadata and things like that on the pictures. So we'll see exactly how far that goes. And then we also have, which I had it up here yesterday, I got to find the bingo card, because we are going to go through the bingo card. A lot of you posted, here it is. A lot of you posted your bingo cards and crossing off how it went on Twitter. So let me see here. And by the way, if you haven't followed us on Twitter and Instagram, right here, Tragos Law, that's our handle, at Tragos Law. So check us out on there. We post a lot of content on there as well. And then if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. We're trying to work our way towards 100K. We just hit 80,000 yesterday, so thank you everybody for that. Trying to get to 100K by the end of this case, so we can have a little fun, not making light of the situation or making fun of anybody, but just as a channel, as a community, having fun with our inside jokes and stuff, which is going to come, and other people can say what they want about it. But if we get to 100K before the end of the trial, we will have Jack Sparrow, aka a lookalike, join us and see if he can answer some questions about some maritime law, maybe. So let me pull up this bingo card here. Let's see if this works. All right, so here's the bingo card. And let me figure out how to edit it. How do I edit this? Okay, so Amber cries in the first hour. No, but we'll reset that for today. And if she cries in the first hour today, you can check it off. Yes, I'm going to stream the trial again today. Alf is asking. It doesn't start till 9 o'clock. So we have until 9 o'clock. I've got the window up. If it starts early, I will pop it on. We are going to stream the trial today, and my dad's going to be joining me eventually. So yes, we are. But before we get there, we're going to talk bingo a little bit and update this. She says her father didn't abuse her, admits to not giving 3.5 mil to the ACLU. So this is an interesting one, right? Did she or did she not admit not giving the money to the ACLU? I'm going to say, because I don't think a pledge is, I don't know how to draw on this, obviously. Because a pledge is not the same thing, and a lot of people talked about that. Jeez, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to cooperate here. I'm sure you're all looking at me like, dude, this is easy. Come on. All right, there we go. So I'm going to say this one's crossed off because a pledge is not this. So Deborah's saying she did not admit. I agree. She didn't admit. You know what? that's fine. Let's be technical. I don't think if I was a juror, I would say she didn't admit, but let's remove those lines. All right, I'll let you guys do that. So definitely more risque pictures of her on the red carpet. That definitely happened. Johnny refuses to look at her. That definitely happened. Amber admits to secretly recording Johnny. She talked about it on direct. I don't think it's gotten there on cross yet. So she admitted that neither organization had been paid. So I'll let you guys make your own decision as to whether or not you want to cross that off. I would probably, yeah, if it was my card, I'm crossing this off. All right. Amber refuses to give metadata. We haven't gotten there yet. Someone in the gallery, and they posted this on my Twitter, was in fact wearing yellow. Admits to a relationship with Musk/Franco. So she does actually. If you remember, Camille said your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, donated a lot of this money for you, or on your behalf. And she said, I wouldn't call him a new boyfriend. And to me, that is an admission that she did have a relationship with Elon Musk. Although this does say while with Johnny. So we're going to make another change here and undo that. She did not admit to doing it with Johnny. Confesses using new drugs or a drug addiction. She definitely did not admit that. Notes to Eve Barlow exposed. No. Free space. Yes. David Shane gets brought up. No. Milani makeup gets brought up. So we haven't gotten to this specific Milani yet. We'll see if that happens. Amber has not asked for a break. Rolls her eyes at a question. I don't think we've gotten there yet. Provides new evidence to provide a claim or to prove a claim on cross. All right. So they are entering right now the courtroom. She talked about being with Elon, but not actually while with Johnny. That's the important part there. All right, let's hop over to, I guess you guys probably want to see them entering the courtroom. Let's hop over to that, and then we can come back to bingo later.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So sweet. People will talk. They see us together again. Let's get it this time. Morning. There you go.
Morning. How are you? Morning. How you doing?
All right. So let's get back to bingo here. Actually, they're in the courtroom now. So let's just leave it on. We'll leave it on the video here for now, and we will get back to bingo later. Camille, looking fresh. The great white knight here for Johnny Depp. Ah, look who joined us here.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Back in action bright and early. I was just going through our bingo card. I'm going to shoot you a text, Dad. Can everyone hear him all right? Yeah, it looks like everybody can.
Yeah, I don't have my AirPods hooked up yet, but I'm going to.
All right, I'll mute you. Go ahead and get them hooked up, and then we'll roll from there.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we are here, day 2 of cross. Much more exciting day today, most likely, because we're going to have cross the entirety of the day, I would guess. I think there's a chance it finishes today. A lot of people were asking me that, but there's a chance that it keeps going into tomorrow. I think I'm almost guaranteed it's not going to last more than tomorrow. Now we could have redirect. We don't know how long redirect will be, but a lot of time is spent on this witness, and everybody's worried about, the time for each side. But in reality, this is the most important witness of Amber Heard's case in chief. So because this is the most important witness, they're going to spend the most time on it. And that's just exactly what we would expect. So don't worry about their time. They're probably all keeping track of it as well. We will continue to watch and see how much time is taken on cross. And then if they use a lot of time on redirect, we'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's a miss for either team to think that. I want to make sure I've got our sound on. So it must just be muted in the courtroom. There's Johnny Depp saying hi to everybody. Our boys back there again. I didn't see Law and Lumber and Runkle and DUI guy. A lot of people reporting, and I've heard from them that the jury seems uninterested. They don't seem like they're. I mean, if you listen to them and what the vibe they're getting from the jury is Johnny won. I mean, there's no real other way to say that, but Johnny won. If you're listening to the vibe they got. Get a little shot of Amber here before we start talking to Rottenborn. Yeah, I don't see them either. Runkle's the easiest one to point out with the long hair. And I don't see him here behind Amber's team. Oh, somebody said, I think only DUI guy made the cut. Oh, I see him. Yeah, he's in the third row. You see if you guys can see my arrow. Right here is DUI guy. I'm pretty sure this is him. Yeah, I don't see the other guys though. Yes, this is live. Okay. All right. So we're off and rolling here.
Peter, I'm all set.
Okay. All right. So you're back on. If you had to guess, where do you think she starts today?
I like the way she's doing it in that she is not organized. I mean, by organized, I mean she's not following a particular timeline, or she's not being a slave to the direct examination. She's following her own pattern. And therefore, what she's doing is she's picking out those weak areas, jumping on the area, and then moving to another weak area. So I can't tell you which one she's going to do, because she's determining herself which one is the weak area she wants to do next, so that she's got bullet points basically. This is weak area number 1, number 2, number 3, and she's just going to go through it that way. And again, there's no chronology, and she's not following the chronology established by the direct examination. No, yeah, and I like that.
What that does is it keeps the witness off balance. If you start going in a timeline, the witness can kind of figure out and know what's coming next. And so you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that the witness is off balance, that you keep the witness on their feet, that they can't know what's coming next. And that's why you kind of jab and move. So Yuritsa, if you just logged on, no, Johnny didn't win. I said, if you listen to the lawyers that are in the courtroom, the law tube lawyers, like Runkle and Law and Lumber and the DUI guy, it seems like Johnny's won. That's what I said when I said Johnny's won. It seems like the jury's with him. They're not with Amber. They don't like how Amber's testifying. They're disinterested. They're almost falling asleep, things like that. So that's what I meant when I said Johnny's won. That's if you believe, or if you kind of take the inference from the guys that are in the courtroom. Yeah, so I kind of think, I think she's going to, at some point, she's got to start with the background. So there's two ways. She can either start with the background and impeach her background, or she can start getting into individual events. The abuse in Australia, the abuse in the Bahamas, the abuse in the East Columbia building. She's got to get to those specific events and impeach with recordings, other witness testimony, which she's already brought in on Ed White a couple times. So I think she's got to hit specific events as well, and jab and move. She'll continue to do that, but I do think she has to hit those specific events. Yuritsa, no problem. I don't want you to get confused. It's definitely not over.
Can you see them there? They're laughing.
Who?
The defense lawyer, the plaintiff's lawyers started laughing back there.
Yeah, I
They
think they're all
are
just saying
very-
hello this morning.
Well, I think they're confident.
Well, Amber and Rottenborn were laughing just a second ago as well.
All right. Do we have any
Yeah.
preliminary matters before we have the jury? Of course we do.
The judge said, "Do we have any preliminary matters?" They say yes. All the lawyers start walking. She goes, "Of course we do." That is hilarious. That is really funny. But this is not unusual. Like every trial, all the lawyers have been talking, doing things overnight, and they got to talk to the judge before they get started. Judge has to figure out a few things. No big deal. That was just kind of funny that the judge was like, "Of course we do." But yeah, so we'll see. It'll get rolling eventually. It's only 9:01, so a few minutes up at sidebar, and then we'll get it rolling. Probably, let's hope that what they're doing at sidebar, which a lot of times is what happens when they will make things actually go smoother throughout the trial. They're getting exhibits in, they're talking through things that'll hopefully make it go smoother throughout the trial. Mo, yeah, let's hope it's less nitpicky and more straight to the point. I agree with you. Future, wishing everyone a good morning and blessed day. Yes, every morning we wish this. Beverly, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. It's a beautiful day here in Texas. Huge thanks to Tragos Law for letting me hang my hat again today. Look alive, folks. It's a beautiful day to impeach Amber Heard. Thank you, Beverly. Dana Nouri, I think it was important to bring up why Johnny was keeping his head down whenever Amber was on the stand, because a lot of people thought that was an admission of guilt. I agree with you. I think they did have to bring it up. Listen, I know what a smooth cross looks like. I know what a clunky one looks like. To me, it was a bit of a clunky start. I'd rather start a little smoother, but I agree. Eventually, I think it was an important point. I think they did a good job making that point. And again, a lot of this has to do with if the jury is with you, you grab them by the hand and you walk them through your story. And I think that's what Camille's doing, grabbing the jurors that are with Johnny Depp by the hand and walking them through their story and solidifying them. Sheila, new member. We will highlight all these today as well. Anybody that joins, there is a join button in the description. Mo, this gives Law and Lumber and Runkle a chance to hold the line for tomorrow. Yeah, so hopefully at least one of them gets in every day. That'll be the goal. Mohanty, we've kind of gotten some of this, Dad, but any more thoughts on cross yesterday? I know you talked about the jab and move. Any other thoughts you want to bring up just before we get back to the cross here? I'm trying to unmute your mic. It's not letting me.
Me?
Yeah, there you go.
My mic?
Yeah.
I was controlling it, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Do you hear? This is the question. Did you hear what I said?
Go
I said,
ahead.
I know we've already gotten your jab and move. We've already talked a lot about cross, but any other thoughts before we get back into it about how you think cross went overall? Who do you think kind of won the first hour and a half of cross yesterday?
Oh, well, of course, the plaintiff won. I mean, she was terrible on the stand during the cross, I thought. But
you should win cross, though. As the lawyer, you should win cross.
Yeah. So, I mean, she won. Number two, her style was aggressive rather than being sweet, I guess the way to put it. You know, there's different styles you can have when attacking Amber Heard. Instead of being like, you know, the nice person, she was an aggressive person. She was going after her throat. So that's going to continue. You know, that's the flavor she's going to do. She's going after Amber Heard's throat, which means I'm expressing my client's anger at this person, and therefore I'm going to be angry, and I'm going to treat you as my adversary, and I'm going to go for your throat. So
I think
that's the way she's approaching it.
I think aggressive, maybe. I don't think she's been angry at all. I think she's been respectful.
She started out.
And
she started out. Think about the way she started out. You know why he's not looking at you, right? Because he said he'd never look at you with the eyes again. You know,
see,
I mean,
I don't think she had that tone. I don't think she had that tone, me personally. Like Elaine and Rottenborn, I think have been overly angry and aggressive. I think Camille was more respectful, aggressive, and she did come at her. She's coming for her throat for sure. She's treating her as an adversary, but I don't think she was. I would not characterize her tone as angry. But again, that can just be a difference of opinion. How two people see the same thing.
Well, I didn't watch all the cross of Johnny, so I can't tell you that.
Well, that was Rottenborn, but yeah, they fought a lot. I expect her to argue with Amber. I think she's going to be aggressive. I think she's going to be strong, and I think she's going to hold her where she needs to hold her. But I don't think she did anything unbecoming, like the jury would be like she's a jerk or anything like that.
No, not like that. But one of the things she could have done more, I think, was to cut Amber off when she asked her a yes or no question.
Which is even more aggressive.
Right. She should have done that. I think she should have. She should have said. She should have made a point of saying, "Look, that was a yes or no question." She did it a couple times, but she let Amber ramble and get out whatever Amber wanted to say, and for Amber to make her points. And that's what you do. If you just let the witness run wild up there, they're going to start making their points.
Cynthia Habinga, welcome. Pseudonym, welcome. For all of those of you just joining us, our Twitter handle and Instagram handle is right here at Tragos Law. If you want to get on there and let us know your thoughts, connect with us on there, subscribe to our YouTube page, obviously, and like the video so more people can see it. It can hit the algorithm and more people can come join us for Cross and let us know their thoughts and get their questions in. Mo, does this sidebar eat into their time? No, this is not eating into either person's time. It would be very unusual if it was, because we don't know who exactly did it or who exactly asked for it. Acantha Rain, Oak Moon, new member. Christo Peeve, hey guys, you and your dad doing a great job. Let's get the popcorn ready.
That's a good idea, by the way. I've got some popcorn for this afternoon.
I hate Brussels sprouts. Camille in white, Amber in black. Love the symbolism. And look, she's got some Fuji water there with some crystal light in there or something. Greetings, everyone from Fairfax County, Virginia. Cordoba 82. Ron Berner, I love you, Peter, but your dad lets you win. That's a good father. You two are spectacularly awesome. Thank you. My dad's never let me win anything in my life, especially as a kid playing chess. Austin Hanson, Camille, most eligible bachelorette in the USA. Papa Tragos, single, potential legal powers. Very much not single. Maybe 50 years ago. Magical Mary, how can they enter the makeup palette into evidence if it's not the one she uses? I would argue I can enter it into evidence because her lawyer used that one and used words that said this is what she carried in her purse. I would argue that if they wanted to, they could get it into evidence because the other side brought it up and brought it in. And therefore, if you want to bring it into evidence, usually you can use anything the adverse side wants. They can't object to their own stuff at this point, just because they were in fact wrong. Are those side people part of the jury? All of these people up at sidebar are lawyers. My guess is this female lawyer with the tan jacket. By the way, they are very, very animated right now. She did a lot of the research last night, would be my guess, and that's why she's making these arguments. And then they're kind of supervising. Ben Chu's like, what do you want us to do, Judge? She keeps doing this. Camille does not look happy crossing her arms like that. Just reading some body language here.
Yeah, there's a lot of lawyers there, and they divide the issues up. And whatever particular issue they're arguing, obviously the tan girl, the lady with the tan jacket, she's the one that did the particular issue they're arguing about.
Jermaine Down, I really hope that JD's team, Camille literally just put her hand in just did this based on Elaine's arguments. Look, they're all just hanging their head. That's funny. I think we already answered this. Those side people not part of the jury. Jermaine Down, I really hope JD's team asked for a curative instruction about the Amber Heard attempt to introduce facts not in evidence. I was floored when she did that. Jaw drop. I agree, but I think that would have had to be done yesterday, and it wasn't. So
there could be a jury instruction at the end about that, about only the evidence that comes in, only the evidence you see. You cannot take into account anything else other than what you actually have been introduced.
But
there could be some jury instruction.
But what was said on the stand is evidence. That testimony is evidence. So if Amber Heard said it,
right? She says that there's a picture, but there's not a picture in evidence.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
You may find a jury instruction that specifically goes with the fact that if someone mentions something, but if it was not introduced into evidence, you cannot consider it.
Correct. Yes, so absolutely. And they will say that. I was thinking more when she said she spent $6 million on attorney's fees. Technically, that's in evidence now because she said it.
Yeah.
So that's the tough part. Thank you, Austin. All right, they're getting the jury. Some lawyers are just more animated than others. And Elaine seems to be a little animated. All right, and away we go.
He's seated. All right, next question.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
So we're
And
going
you
back
previously
around.
testified multiple times under oath that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year,
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
and that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He
Amber
just took a
qualifying.
break in the middle.
That's what I thought. I
He was smashing
estimated.
things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that, quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing.
A little scripted,
Master
but
Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife to Ms. Heard?
use the evidence. I like it. This is good.
Right. But you,
That's a
Yes,
knife.
that's
It's
it.
like Crocodile Dundee.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him. That's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, will you please show the knife to the jury? Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012. Yes.
These are sarcastic questions by Camille.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed
And she
Mr.
is-
Depp bashing the phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
she
You
is
testified
jumping.
that the phone was breaking into pieces,
I was watching it disappear.
that Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published.
Thank you, Brandy. I'll have to look better, Rock. She sees law and lumber.
Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
It's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well. And I said this in the UK trial as well, that that is not the phone, obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was what, like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Hurd.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now that's a declaration.
If we could
Yeah.
direct your attention, Ms. Hurd, to
It's
the
never too early to impeach
page
Aphrodite.
14 of the declaration. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5.
This happens a lot, Ron, where you just want the jury to hear the question. You don't even care what the answer is on
Specifically
cross.
line 10.
It's a strategy, and I think that's exactly what Camille's
Quote.
doing.
You write, testify under oath. While he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
Well, we'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking?
This is the how many hands does he
While
have?
Mr. Depp
A
is
lot of
holding
you
you
pointed
by
this
the
out
neck
that you would ask
against
this
the
on cross.
countertop. He grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
So he's holding the bottle? Is that your testimony?
He
While
was
holding
my-
you down by the neck?
Sorry. What was your question?
Oh, she's getting annoyed.
Your
She's
testimony
for
is,
sure
Ms.
getting
Hurd,
annoyed.
that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he
At
assaulted
what
with
point?
while holding you down by your neck?
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
She's being
As
deliberately
I have
vague.
always said, I don't
It's-
remember
it's-
exactly what happened first.
I'm
I
about
don't
to be
remember the
out
sequence.
completely on
I just
Amber Heard.
remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle.
As a
right?
side note, that
That
piece
is
of hair
correct.
is distracting.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence.
Ugh.
And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes? That's
Probably.
the sequence of events that you testified to in this
To be,
courtroom.
to be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms.
It's
Hurd,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Hurd,
to me. I
we're
don't
not talking,
remember
Ms.
the
Hurd,
exact
that's not my
sequence.
question. My
Oh,
question is
now
about
they're
the
going at it.
3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence.
I don't mind the looking at the jury as much as her tone. It's just
So you testified.
I agree with Beverly. It's
Yeah.
looking way too mechanical now and inauthentic. She's exaggerating looking at the jury.
It reminds me of a witness in mock trial where one of the law students would have to play a witness and they didn't want to give anything up on cross. And that's like literally what she sounds like. She doesn't want to give 1
Do you
inch.
have a copy of day 16 in front
And
of you?
it's, I mean, it's,
Day 16? Yes, of
Court
my
transcript?
deposition?
Yes.
Mhm.
No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah. I
Okay.
do.
Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
just the cost of printing these transcripts every day is astronomical.
Daily transcripts is very difficult because they have to go home every night, the court reporter, and do the transcript every night to bring it in the next morning, and then they have to transcribe the trial the next morning.
And this is page 4506. 4,506. Ooh.
All right.
Okay. And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me? Yes.
Okay, so let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, You talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, at some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing, end quote, right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
But you remember, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Heard, that you testified to this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
Keep talking about that sequence. Then on page 4521, starting at line 3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
Well, I think this is proper impeachment because she's probably saying you're not asking her if she was bent over backwards on the bar before you're impeaching her with it, which is a fair objection, except for the fact that Amber Heard is saying she's never testified to the sequence. So Camille's saying, here is the sequence you testified to. So it actually is a proper impeachment, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Although I know how you love to push the lines of impeachment, Dad.
The judge, I do. But the judge could go either way on this ruling. She could require her to ask
Right.
the question first before impeaching her, or use your argument. She's already said about sequence,
Right.
and I'm just going through the sequence.
Exactly. And here's the other thing about Amber Heard being obviously difficult with Camille. The judge is going to notice that, and the judge is going to give Camille more leeway because of how Amber Heard is acting towards her.
Well,
So
people
What?
used to call that an adverse witness, and everybody presumes that Amber Heard's an adverse witness.
yeah.
So the
yeah.
judge is going to absolutely. Well, that's why you can do leading questions in cross-examination. Is
Right.
because they are adverse and because they can dance on the head of a pin like Amber is doing.
And there are certain things where, when I said my dad pushes the lines on impeachment, there are certain things where you don't cross the line or push the line. But if somebody's got a prior inconsistent statement and the judge is going to let you read it, you might as well read it. Eric, you haven't been a member yet, man? I thought you were already a member.
Directing
Thanks
your
for joining
attention,
now.
Ms. Heard, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is
Camille
correct.
won this.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816. Which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
Wonder if
You
Maker's
testified
Mark
in this
paid for the
courtroom that
ad.
You had not seen this bottle until Ben King.
Not an
provided
ad
these
they would want.
photographs, correct?
Not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify.
relative.
Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings.
She literally
Correct.
said that yesterday.
You need to put your microphone on, Miss. Thank you.
Objection, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was and then.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank
It
you.
was literally yesterday.
Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
The fact that she can't say
That
yes
is
to
what I
that.
testified to.
Yes, thank you. Just
And
say
you
yes.
testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
We knew
And the
that was
day after
coming.
you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning. So technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
So this
There's
is
no reason for her to have this argument.
If we could
for who?
please,
Which one? The lawyer or her?
Amber.
pull up the
I agree.
There's no reason for Amber to have
transcript,
this argument.
And
uh,
I like that the Camille is, again, it's fine. She's doing it, but she is frustrated. She is annoyed. And again,
at 589 lines 6.
they're just talking about line and numbers at this point. But when we talk about timing, if I'm Johnny's team, I'm going to say Amber wasted a bunch of our time by making us do these stupid impeachments on stuff that was so simple that she obviously said. I also think that this is just another thing that's going to make Amber look like she's arguing with Camille for no reason. Yes, he was my doctor, but Johnny
Fine.
paid him. That's all she had to
I'm going
say.
to play Ms. Heard's deposition.
Oh, she's going to play the
for the
depot, which
jury.
is even more important.
Line day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. If we have permission to publish it.
You ought to give me a minute.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, day 2, page 589, line 6.
Day 2 of the
You just
depot,
give
so
us
you
a
can
minute to get
Of
there.
course.
see how long it is.
I'm sorry, what were the lines?
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Thank you, Tammy.
Did you say 540 or 589?
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
So we get to see some of the depot here.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Like, that's so bad. That just makes you look like a liar.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Impeaching
Mr.
with
Connolly
other
is one of
people
the
who have
security
already
guards, correct?
testified.
That is
It's
correct.
Perfect.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Ms. Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
And then you saw Erin Barem Filati again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify. According to her notes, she met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact
She's
date.
setting up that you saw all these people.
And when you were in
None
Australia,
of them
Ms.
saw
Heard,
injuries.
you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors. That was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence. You took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing, when I was leaving.
That's a
when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375.
A lot of people asking questions about impeachment. It's a little bit of a longer
this picture
answer,
as well,
so I'm going to
right,
wait
Ms.
till a
Heard?
break.
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, "Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe," end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
I agree. I don't know what the question was either.
I would object speculation,
Let's please take a look at defendant's.
but she got her
Exhibit
point across.
1830.
That would be terrible if you were doing that while Johnny was bleeding out, basically.
I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
She's going
I don't
overboard.
believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song "You're So Vain," right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the
I agree
bloody
with
messages
parts
I found.
of this comment.
You
We'll
would
talk
agree
about it
with
later,
me
though.
that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again. Black smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took that
Some of these sarcastic back and forths I don't think are
Let's
super
please pull up
effective.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence.
I feel like she
and
made her
play a
point. Just move
portion
on.
From 157:21 through 158:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's not. It's just to
get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me.
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss
that
Heard, Miss
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
you
Heard, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
that.
That's what actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and I went
Heard,
to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
Got
The
it. Got a
recording we just
boxer in.
listened to. That's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night
And
when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course, it's scary. He's also my husband.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No.
Okay.
I don't have.
If we can scroll down, please. No.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
For the 50th
You
time.
think she would have learned by now?
I know.
I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay. you
talk
can
to the
ask
witness
question.
about it
Go
if I
ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and
All right,
forth
if you
if
can-
she wants to talk about
Absolutely.
All right, we'll
moving
pull that
in
up. Sure.
redacted later.
That's good.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
So because he worked with Kipper, he's biased
Yes,
and
that's
will
correct.
lie in his records too, I assume is what she's going to say.
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
You see the text
I'm
message
not sure,
at the
Amy.
bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Heard?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship. I
Yeah,
was in,
not
but
a
I
good
didn't
question for Camille.
Have the power. I didn't feel.
What
I
do you
had the
think she
power
was
to
going to
leave.
say?
I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was at this point horrible for me, and I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Heard's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredehoff,
Cowan's.
Could you
Your
show
Honor,
me?
Yeah.
will you please
let's-
approach?
You cannot make these arguments, Elaine, in front of the jury. She keeps doing it. That's where you're crossing the line. That
And
is
nobody,
totally
well,
inappropriate.
nobody is challenging her. The judge is not telling her to stop.
Well, I mean, when Camille asks, the judge is letting him come up the sidebar, but that's just,
I know,
that's,
but the judge should cut that off. That's the judge's responsibility.
Bozo said, can they bring an inventory of the Australia home from owners to verify existence of wall-mounted phone? Highly doubtful, but I mean, I think Ben King, is the house manager, and he gave them everything they needed for Johnny's side. Taylor said, I would love to speculate on the emphasis Amber Heard placed on the fact that Johnny can't look at her versus won't look at her. I think that's going to depend on what the jury thinks. Kim S., good morning. Hi, Peter and Pops. Where is the member button? It's in the description of the video. Somebody else explained that if you're on your iPhone or iPad, you have to do it on an actual web browser. I guess on a computer. I'm not sure, but there's a button that says join, and that's what you click, Kim. Humbled Potatoes. Camille's lingering, a psychological tactic to knock Amber Heard off of her rhythm. I haven't noticed lingering. Have you? No. Johanna and Co. As someone married to borderline histrionic, she's perfectly backing her into admitting her lies. Camille must have been shown how to do it. Perfect.
Well, I think you can see Camille has actually, I mean, she's got all this written down. I mean, there's a script that Camille is following. Got the exhibit next to the question. And
you have to do it that
so
way.
it's, yeah. So, I mean, she spent days and days and days with all sorts of people. What I'm really surprised is they haven't done a better job of preparing Amber Heard. They should have done mock juries. They should have done mock juries. The mock juries would say,
So, Your
this
Honor,
this
I'm going to
woman,
move to admit.
I think
defendant's
they've
exhibit
prepped her. She has an
371
answer for
as
she
redacted.
knows what text is coming when they bring it. I think they have prepped her. I just think she's not very believable.
Redacted over objection. Yes, ma'am.
If you can publish that to the jury, thank you. So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
And I said, I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You
I
said
did.
not the relationship. Your text messages, clearly I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No, no,
is
no, Ms.
clearly I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out.
Heard,
as in
that's
the
not my question.
relationship.
So
text.
frustrating.
Just the text.
That's
What
exactly
you
what I
te-
was saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Heard, do you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in?
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, do you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pin was placed.
The skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time. So I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That's true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Humbled Potato said, sorry, what I meant by lingering was staying in the line of questioning for too long. So we've been saying beating a dead horse. Humbled Potato thinks she's trying to throw Amber off by staying on a line of question for too long. Maybe, potentially. I do want to answer these impeachment questions, but I just don't know how long this break is going to be. Crazy Steve, I have BPD, I'm medicated, and I can say that Camille would absolutely be getting under my skin by confronting me like this. It's a perfect tactic / tone. All right, let's read a couple of these impeachment questions. If Amber Heard would be to impeach, what happens afterwards? Well, the jury just has to
So in a
determine
deposition, Ms. Heard,
which,
it's when someone
which
provides testimony
statement
under
they
oath, right?
believe.
That's correct.
If there's
And you're
two
aware that
inconsistent
Ms. Lloyd was
ones.
deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Ms. Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Ms. Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I
Ben
can't
Chu
remember
nodding his
if
head.
she didn't recall
Yeah.
that.
And
or if
laughing.
She said
That's-
it didn't
let me-
happen.
let-
I don't remember.
Next break, let's talk about what Ben
It
Chu's been
vaguely
doing.
sense she
Yeah.
didn't recall anything.
So it's your testimony that Ms. Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to, but I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
She recalled and she testified in this courtroom that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
Ooh, intimidation of a witness.
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing
Oh,
license in
so
connection with the
someone
care of Mr.
did.
Depp for failing to report abuse?
No,
Oh,
I had no
interesting.
idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath. That wasn't you.
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister, specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear,
not
but not
thrown
that
things.
occasion.
That evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern. Imagine that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
They're following the beats, so everybody
You and
else
Mr.
must
Depp
be
kept a
lying.
journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Is it done?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we-
Okay.
All right, go ahead and talk about how Ben Chu is nodding and then laughing when she gives an inconsistent statement.
Notice the positioning of the lectern blocks the defense lawyers from seeing Ben Chu. So they cannot see what he's doing. He is nodding, he is laughing, he is agreeing, he is disagreeing, totally improper. That you're not supposed to do that, and he's sending messages to the jury. The witness can see him, and that's not what you're supposed to do. And I'm really surprised that he's being so animated while he's sitting in that chair. But they can't object because they don't even see it. But the judge does, and I'm surprised the judge hasn't said something.
Well, I do think the lectern is actually back. So there's two sets of tables. The lectern is between the back two tables. So I think the lawyers sitting in the front table could see Ben Chu if they wanted to. But I don't know. A lot of things seem to be going in this courtroom that are interesting. What actually happens when you're impeached? You are basically, your statement is called into question based on a different inconsistent statement that you gave. Impeachment. Can you explain it? It sounds bad on her behalf. It is bad. It means you've made a prior inconsistent statement, which is not good because it makes you look like a liar because you've said two things under oath, which is really the truth. We don't know, but it's up to the jury to decide. Ron had the same question. It's not declared that she's lying or declared a jury instruction at the end. They will say, listen to all the witness testimony. You as the jury determine who's credible and who's not credible, and they can base the credibility on impeachment.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet. Your Honor.
Writing them down.
Sorry, Judy. Let's write them down first.
KW, just found your channel. Apologies if you already covered this. Elaine's shenanigans, sneaking in testimony, is driving me crazy. It doesn't fly in LA, not even a little. It doesn't fly here either.
Thank you.
But the
Yeah.
judges would usually help us out in controlling
If you
that.
could please publish
It's
this to
horrible,
the jury.
horrible in my opinion.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
And you're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
So this is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes.
And
He got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not, XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th.
Sometimes it looks different if you're writing on paper versus a mirror, and I don't think the mirror was
April
cursive
8th,
either.
2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
Would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight
Here we
and
go.
red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Heard, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Impeach her.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a
Must
trip
not have
you
been
and Mr.
exactly
Depp
what
took
Camille said.
on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is a picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture.
Mhm.
That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Heard, I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46, going back to the Love Journal. This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67.
So yeah, she could be impeaching Amber and Dr. Hughes at the same time with Amber on the stand.
This is another note
Absolutely.
from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
Thank you,
And
Lolly.
this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim."
Now that looks
Did I
more
read
like
that
the
right?
mirror
That is
writing
correct.
for the handwriting expert.
Let's take a look at the journal entry.
Amber
starting
thinks
on
she's
page
got her with that
68.
smirk, I think. And Lolly, this goes right with Alana's question where, yes, Dr. Curry
This is another entry from you
can help,
writing
as
to
an
Mr. Depp,
expert,
right?
help the lawyers
correct.
prepare
one's
questions.
dated
They're
August
allowed to do
2nd.
that as an expert.
That is correct. Yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal. And you write, quote, "I hope the things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband, XX Slim."
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, "My love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
It's your testimony this was a love journal
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
apology notes from you to Mr. Depp?
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, "I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim." Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried therapists. I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did
Yeah.
not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
It
She was
does
assigned to
feel
you, and so
weirder
when she
on
would see
cross
you,
than
it
any
would be
other point,
physically
how she's
in
looking at the
person
jury.
in your home and
Thank you,
travel, correct?
CKG.
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. If we could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell.
Law
It's
and
on
lumber.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
That's literally what his
there.
YouTube
I did
video
not
said.
damage the bed.
to
Johnny's
debunk
boot
it.
did when he was punching me.
Wow.
I could feel him slipping.
They are watching.
Mr. Hurd, you also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes, that's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? to celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99. This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip?
It was taken on the island.
On that trip?
Yes,
Weeks later?
weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your
It's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, we can publish.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Heard's face? Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Heard, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier, and this is several weeks later.
Not intentional would be my guess.
If we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101.
She's standing by that makeup fixes all of this.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Heard.
Lawyers
taken on the island.
are
This
allowed
is the same photo
to
shoot,
do
yes.
research.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
Lawyers are
101 in evidence,
allowed
publish.
to do extraneous research.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Heard's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
But she's all wet, kind of, or she looks a little bit like she was in the water or something.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 102.
So Ron, lawyers are kind of like,
Ms. Heard, is this another
golfers?
picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being
This is
zoomed
a-
out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself.
I just want to make an argument.
When it was taken, that would help. But I'm not
Is-
going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
objection.
Okay, there we go. 102.
No object. I just want the jury to hear me say something else, basically, is what Elaine's doing. So lawyers are more like golfers who self-officiate, self-report,
Let's
a
please
profession
pull
of
up Plaintiff's
ethics.
Exhibit 103.
So we're not supposed to cross certain lines.
Sure,
But I get your point generally. And I don't think Ben Chu went too overboard with just being shocked that she lied.
Ms.
I mean,
Heard,
that's
this
just,
is yet another picture.
in
of
his
you
opinion.
From that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence, publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
Like, I get the makeup argument, but look at her lips. And I
And
mean,
finally, if we could please pull up.
I'm not
Plaintiff's
seeing any
Exhibit
injuries.
104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence, thank you.
Again, if we could zoom in.
I'm going
on
to
Ms.
explain a
Heard's
lot of
face.
this at the break. Some of your questions. You had more questions on impeachment. And again, see, she's in the water with makeup on.
Thank you, Tom. You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that. Yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said. Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Camille says, how
Clawing at him.
convenient.
She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
Which she
We
shouldn't
were
have said.
screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
That's
I don't know what she
objectionable
observed.
based on being argumentative.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts. And that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
Emphasizing 5th because she gave all these statements and stuff's different or missing, or she didn't bring anything up until now. That's why Camille is emphasizing 5th witness statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Although the more statements a witness gives, it's a boondoggle for cross-examination and impeachment. That's why you asked your client not to give too many statements.
Well, yeah, but she didn't have a choice because there are 2 different litigations going on, multiple depositions, multiple trials.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying it's wonderful to have so
Yeah,
many
it's
statements.
more difficult, more prep, but it gives you definitely more to work with, like you said.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 6 of your 5th witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is
I
I'm not sure if
understand.
I describe it in full in this statement.
I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the 5th witness statement that accompanied the 5th witness statement in the UK.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I have tried to keep out for the most part, and I definitely have seen more than the jury has at this point, but I just can't get over all of the inconsistencies in Amber's testimony with the photographs that I'm looking at with my own eyes, with the other people that have testified before her. It seems like it's
In the
becoming
confidential
everybody else
schedule
has to
your
be
fifth
lying
witness
in order
statement.
for Amber to be telling the truth. It's kind of my feeling right now.
Paragraph 1 on page 21. You describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Miss Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
We could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394. So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit you're on? I'm sorry.
394.
394.
I think I have no objection. to
All
that,
right,
Your Honor.
I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When I say I'm gonna try and change this Y&Z thing or network on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing this thing.
What things have you been doing?
Working on this thing, not doing this great thing, trying to change. That's last several times.
Hence screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. It never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
You didn't fuck my kids up, but it was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed and I won. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. So he's going for the counts now. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, right, poor kid.
your clever
It's not against me again.
comebacks.
It's so
No,
Your-
you think
your
you're controlling
your
yourself.
character
You
is-
think you're controlling
your
yourself.
character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me seem even worse and leaving me.
Johnny's showing emotion.
Calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after having an Ambien and think, oh, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using the kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if you've been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that
He
recording.
would often
misheard.
use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. We'll see you in 15, okay?
All right, so let's start out with this question from Hoos. We've explained it a couple times. I'll have my dad explain it this time just for a different perspective. What's the difference between impeaching a president and impeaching...
Back at 10:47 then? All right, 10:47.
10:47. So what's the difference between impeaching a president and impeaching a witness at trial?
Well, it's one of those things where you have one word with 2 separate definitions. Impeachment, when you talk about official misconduct, that's an impeachment to remove somebody from office. It's the process of moving someone from office. We have it in our Constitution, but that's one definition of impeachment, official misconduct. Another definition of impeachment is when you challenge the veracity of a witness, whether they're telling the truth, whether what they're saying is accurate. That's a separate kind of impeachment. Yes, it's the same word, with 2 totally unrelated separate definitions.
Jordan said, can Amber Heard's attorneys face bar sanctions for her conduct in this trial? Not unless they directed something unethical or illegal. I mean, if she lies on the stand, they're not going to get sanctioned because they can't control that.
Yeah, probably not. And if the judge lets you get away with something like that, it's the judge's job to control her courtroom.
Stephanie said the "why should I" yesterday said everything. There's been a lot of kind of quotes from Amber Heard that haven't been great. The May House yesterday, when she described the phone incident, she mentioned it being thrown to the left side of her face, but the bruises on the right side. Should this be brought up in cross today? Depends on whether or not you want him to nitpick, because sometimes that feels like a nitpick. But if you are very confident that she's going to say yes, if she has any opportunity to dance or be vague or say, no, I don't remember saying that yesterday, or I think I was talking about a different incident, he's hit me so many times I can't remember. You don't want to give her that opportunity to dance. And I think that that's potentially what that would be. What do you think? Would you nitpick on that?
No, I wouldn't. You've got so much on her. There's no reason to get lost in the forest for something like that.
I agree. And Lolly Rossi's question about the experts, you can absolutely use an expert as a lawyer to help you prepare for cross of clients, of witnesses, of experts. You can absolutely use those experts. That's what you pay them for, especially in cases where mental health or whatever their expertise is going to come across lots of witnesses at trial. So that was a really good question, and that's the answer. Let's get back to bingo here, see if anything else has been checked. I think we were here. Amber asked for a break. No. Eye roll. I don't think we've seen her eye roll. Provides new evidence to prove a claim. I don't think we've seen that. Ben Chu throws another fist pump. So we haven't seen that, but we have seen some snickering and some emotion out of Ben Chu for sure. Amber starts screaming. I don't think we've got that yet. Juror laughs at Amber's response to Johnny laughs at Amber's response to a question. We definitely have had that. Everybody at the table has laughed when they feel like she's about to lie or did lie. No jurors have been dismissed, right? I don't think we've gotten that. Johnny has gummy bears. I haven't noticed that. Has he had any gummy bears? Have you noticed that?
No, but there's candy on the table.
Camille doesn't allow Amber to ramble. We've had a lot of those arguments so far, so we'll cross that one off. And colored drink in the water bottle, we've had that both days. So we're getting there. We've got a lot of checks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 checks here. No bingos yet that I can see. But
well, one thing
go ahead.
There's something I do want to bring up, and that's Amber Heard's body language and conduct during cross-examination. And when I was talking to you before, here's what I meant. when you have mock juries are when you bring in 6 people, they play like a jury. You do this in a private room somewhere before the trial. And usually you bring 3 or 4 of these groups of 6. You put them in separate rooms, and then you have somebody play the cross-examiner and cross-examine Amber, and they do it as tough as they possibly can and try to make Amber upset and try to make her angry. And then you have jurors, these fake jurors that are in each of these rooms. They've got these little knobs, and they say, we like, more like this way, more not like this way. And they should have prepared Amber for these facial motions or.
All right, I think he just froze there. Yeah, so he'll talk more about a mock jury when his internet catches up. Minnesota Mickey, can you read the difference between a definition between donate and pledge? Yes, I can. Let's see. To donate is to give money or goods for a cause, for example, to a charity. That is to donate, meaning to give. To pledge is a solemn promise or undertaking. So very clear differences between donate and pledge. All right, so let's get back here to some more questions. Why isn't the similarity in Amber's writing in the journal and red writing on the mirror? Maybe it will. They just introduced the journal. I do think the journal had a lot of cursive in it, so maybe different, but there were definitely parts that I thought did look like the red. We'll see if they go there. We'll see if they just ask the jury, use your common sense, look at the mirror, and look at the journal. This is what I hear. Amber, the proof is lying. Mama Wonderlust. Disney Gal, your thoughts on the pocket knife on the bed. So there's a couple of different ways to get this, right? Obviously, Law and Lumber went in detail about how that pocket knife could have been used to actually create that chip off of the bed, and it probably wasn't even Johnny Depp's boot. He went into detail on that, but I think a few other things. If Johnny wanted to kill her or seriously injure her, and there was a pocket knife on the bed, why was there no mention of that before? Why was she not afraid he might go get the pocket knife? I think it's interesting that it's never been brought up before except to impeach based on the bed breaking. So I don't know. You guys let me know what you think it means. One of those mums. Did you catch from Amber Heard, he tried to kill me? So yesterday, yes, she almost said it. She intimated it multiple times, and then she even said he tried to and kind of went like that. And so I do think she did more than intimate it. And she really pushed it very far. I actually got a good question as well from a buddy of mine who is watching the trial. His name's Dominic. He's a lawyer in Tampa Bay area. Awesome lawyer. Watching y'all on YouTube. Curious to you and your dad's thoughts on attacking Amber on sexual assault allegations. I get the point of clarifying all that, but feel like getting stuck on graphic allegations of sexual assault and downplaying such allegations by way of impeachment could almost have an opposite effect and empower the jury to join Amber. He is a trial lawyer as well, and this gets you into the mind about how trial lawyers fear different things being misconstrued by a jury. So we always want to be, sensitive to alleged victims. We realize that what they're alleging they went through. You cannot make light of or be sarcastic about sexual assault. That's just not a good look, not something you should do, not something trial lawyers often do. So that's why he's asking. And Camille at this point has been a little bit sarcastic. She has been, a little eye-rolly, I think, with some of her pictures, which is why Dominic's asking the question. I think you have to be very careful about that. My dad, in the criminal context, has had to cross-examine a lot of alleged victims of crimes. So he'll have some good input to this later. And as well, I would always proceed with caution. But I would point out, and I do think that Camille's pointing out a really good job for the first time in the trial. I feel like we're finally getting context around all of these brutal assaults. We're seeing pictures and photo shoots and her laughing on TV shows and then recordings where she's apologizing. She's saying she screwed up. She's saying, I'm sorry. So I think that is really important context to these brutal, brutal accusations of assault. And I think that, when we talk about how somebody would act as a victim and how they would act after they were assaulted in the way that Amber Heard has discussed these assaults, would they be joking around? Would they be able to go on a TV show, on a talk show? Would they be able to go do photo shoots if they were really bleeding from the places she said she was bleeding from? Hair ripped out, blood and pus coming out of her head, busted lip, broken nose, bruised eyes, all of that. Would you be having conversations with Johnny like this the very next day? Would you be having conversations with your nurse where you don't mention it, with your doctor where you don't mention it? Would you be apologizing to Johnny for how you treated his kids? Would you go do a sexy photo shoot on the beach? I don't know. I mean, I've never been the victim of anything like this, so I couldn't say from experience, but from my life experience of meeting with, representing, and talking and questioning witnesses in court, it's not how any of them would act. Kim S., my thoughts about everyone else lying to make her testimony true. My iPad didn't have the join, so I'll figure out the join member later. Awesome, and you'll be recognized later. Happy trails, driving and listening. Thank you so much. Awesome, Kim. Hopefully you're not actually driving. I guess driving and listening is okay, but not watching. Thank you for being here. And yeah, the everybody else, it's either me or everybody. He said, she said is one thing, but we said, she said is another. Something we use in law. Alexa, Amber Heard's body language from yesterday morning to today is completely different. Before she acted like an innocent school teacher. Now on cross, her body language is very confrontational, like a rooster. I do think that she is so obviously trying to argue, qualify things, add context to things that aren't there. Camille will say, this is what you texted. She's like, yes, I texted that I was trying to fix my relationship. It's like, that's not what the text says. She's like, well, that's what I meant. It's like, that's fine if that's what you meant, but this is not what the text said. So she's pushing. And I made mention that in mock trial, there are teams of 4, okay, 4 law students. 2 of them take a side, plaintiff or defense, and then we flip-flop depending on the coin flip of what we're representing for that competition. The 2 law students that are not playing lawyers in the mock trial play witnesses. And people always joke how lawyers would be the worst witnesses. We've seen a bunch of lawyers testify in this case, so we've seen kind of how they act, and they are the most difficult witnesses. Well, law students are even worse and more difficult because they want to argue about everything while they're playing the part of the witness. That is the vibe I'm getting from Amber Heard at this point, is that she's kind of playing the part of this witness and not letting anything go. She won't even say Dr. Kipper was her doctor. And the reason for that is because she knows that Dr. Kipper has bad testimony for her and his notes are not good for her. So she has to tell the jury why. Why is Dr. Kipper a bad witness for her? And so in order to do that, she's now arguing that he's not even her doctor. And Camille, because she's prepared, we talked about winging cross versus preparing it. If you're prepared and you have the sights to all of this, Camille didn't think that Amber was going to argue about this question because she even scoffed a little bit like, seriously? You're not going to say he was your doctor? Fine. Bring up, these 10 seconds in her deposition where I say, Dr. Kipper was your personal doctor. And Amber says yes. And she impeached her like that. Very interesting. Very prepared. Thank you, Gina Monaco, for the super sticker. Very prepared by Camille. She has all the citations ready. So anytime she needs to impeach, she's ready. It hasn't been clunky at all today. I feel like she's done a really good job of impeaching. Nitpicking and arguing about, quibbling about what certain words mean, but she's taking her time. She's not showing one picture of Amber Heard looking fine. She's showing 20. She's not saying one witness that Amber Heard disagrees with or would have to be lying in order for Amber Heard to be telling the truth. She's giving us 5 or 10 witnesses that are obviously disagreeing with Amber Heard, and they have to be lying in order for Amber Heard to be telling the truth. She's playing recordings that give us context to these brutal beatings that just wouldn't make sense if you did go through what Amber Heard said that she went through. Carrie Staley, do you think she took something to calm her down? I have no idea. A lot of drugs have been thrown around in this case, so maybe she's prescribed something that calms her down. I'm not really sure. But she can't take anything that would impair her ability to remember or to speak or to testify, because that would be unethical. Where we just crossed the 10,000 mark of people watching live. So thank you everyone that's here. My dad will be joining us when he gets his internet back up. He's up in the mountains, so he's having some issues there. Pete is going to join us over the lunch break. my other partner, to give us his comments and thoughts on how he thinks Cross is going to Amber Heard. So we're going to get some different perspectives today. So that'll be fun around 12:30 because I have a call with the client I have to make. So he's going to pop in here, take this seat, and give everybody his thoughts on it. Because it's always good to see different perspectives of different trial lawyers. That's what makes this fun. If you guys aren't already subscribed to the YouTube page, it's Lawyer You Know. Go check it out. Subscribe if you haven't already. Now's a good time to do that during the break. And like the video if you haven't already, so more people can come and join us. And to follow us on Twitter and Instagram, at Tragos Law is our handle right here. Thank you, Kimberly, for the super sticker. Ryan Massey, would you summarize all the people AH has said are lying at the end to show the jury how ridiculous her claims are? Absolutely. That'd be something I would say in a closing. I would have a full list. Dr. Kipper, Dr. Cochran, the nurse, multiple nurses, the medical record that she didn't agree with, the house manager, the island manager, Johnny Depp, obviously, Paul Bettany, Isaac, the person that was on the plane, the security guards that were with them, the driver that had to go find their phone. I mean, I think we're up to 13 witnesses already that would have to be lying. And now I'm probably forgetting some. And there will probably be more to come. Has Amber referenced Carly Simon before? That may help with the mirror reference. Any question on her obvious consults with her team during the week off? It's tough. They shouldn't have done it. I wish they wouldn't have done it. It's not ethical. It's not, the way you should do it. You really shouldn't consult with your client in the middle of their testimony and fix things that they went wrong. You just have to deal with it. Trial's not going to be perfect. You take the punches and you keep rolling. The whole Carly Simon mirror writing, all that stuff, to me, I feel like would be kind of difficult and maybe clunky. I think there's better information you can question her on and impeach her on. So I probably wouldn't go there, but for maybe in closing saying, look, this handwriting looks exactly the same, and let the jury use their own common sense. Amy Sadler, in order for JD to win, they have to debunk or instill doubt on all 17 alleged acts of abuse. I think they just have to prove that Amber Heard was lying in the op-ed to hurt Johnny Depp. I think we're getting to the point where, yeah, they could have a mutually abusive or nasty relationship or emotionally abusive or verbally abusive, and she still could have been lying in the op-ed to hurt Johnny Depp and therefore defame him because of the things that she said. Now, it's going to be up to these lawyers to explain the legal definitions of defamation and go through the jury questionnaire and the verdict form and explain to them how to answer these questions. It is definitely up to the lawyers. Ute Maria Bernatsky, new member. R8219, discuss again. Makeup hasn't covered up her bad night's sleep, but can cover up a black eye. She's also sucking in the bottom of her lip instead of biting it. I agree with you. I've had a ton of female friends and followers text and message in that that's not how you apply makeup in the order that she described it. Court is back. So we'll see if the Johnny Depp's lawyers bring this out. It's fun seeing people like Jermaine ask questions, be involved in the chat, and then yeah, why not? I'll join. So I'll be around for more of this. That's fun. Thanks for joining, Jermaine.
All right, thank you. You be seated. All right, your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs?
I
and
didn't accept
alcohol
that I did.
the times you testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp in his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the 2 occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
It was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand.
On the island for your wedding?
Before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Okay. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262? This is an email you sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
I think they started 1 minute early. That's why the gallery looks a little light. Could be wrong, though. I agree, but it's not unusual for it to be a little defensive. Snazzy, courtroom seems much more empty. There, it's filling back up. I think they're going to trickle back in because I think the judge said 10:50. I could be wrong, though. Have you considered Camille beating the dead horse tactic specifically to cater to psychology of the female, which is based on details? Lalik, somebody else mentioned this based on the diagnoses that Dr. Curry has for Amber, that this type of a strategy would work. And maybe that's what Dr. Curry told Camille. Captain Chunk, as an actress / model, you would think she would be more concerned with the possible broken nose with her face being a big feature to make money. She's still Owen Wilson. I agree with you, and I think that's part of it. And I think Johnny Depp's team has already mentioned it, and they'll continue to mention it. Doctor's note yesterday, Ambien, sleeping, Xanax, anxiety, gabapentin amplifies treatment or effect of Xanax. So yes, could be on chill pills during testimony. Yes, Annalisa. One question I think she missed is if your feet were so hurt, how did you walk on Aeroporto or do all of the stuff she said she did if her feet were so hurt? I do think she missed that line of questioning.
Your Honor, if we could please have Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
This is a schedule for your wedding weekend, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it's not. It's a proposed draft of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have separate parties, as I mentioned. So
This
a bridal
looks
party
so bad.
before this. The schedule ended up changing quite
As a
bit, and
non-drug
this is
user,
a
I should
draft,
say.
clearly that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
Ms. Heard, your original idea was to have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do
Sarcasm.
drugs with your
A lot of
girlfriends on the
sarcasm
island
from
after
Camille.
your rehearsal dinner.
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard. It's what you said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little,
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
huddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island.
Somebody
after
said
your
my
rehearsal
mic
dinner
volume
to
was
the
too loud,
drug
so I put it
fueled
down a little bit.
monster that you were about to marry, right?
The as the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it was the day before my birthday, correct.
And you testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the celebration, correct?
That is correct.
And you asked Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is that right?
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators. And I also told him he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show, first of all, this one hasn't been produced. This has not, it's a brand new trial exhibit, so I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one. Your
They
Honor.
didn't know this from yesterday. They've got to come
Madam,
with
may we
both.
approach about
All
this?
Yeah, Camille's like, she's wasting my time with this because she should know about this already. Thank you, Donna Cross. Dale Andrew Poulette. Uncle Peter, where's dad? Free Peter's dad. His internet went down in the mountains, so as soon as it's back up, he will be here. Camille spending more time at that bench from the lectern than the lectern today, Michelle. I agree, and she seems a little frustrated by it. Zuma Dog, with risk of COVID, why allow a gallery? The trial is televised anyway. They have lifted the restrictions, so they're allowing the public back in the courtroom. One of those mums. C, you weren't scared of him at all. Amber Heard, this is a man who tried to kill me. She actually accused him of it on the stand. She said the words, I'm shook. I don't know. I'm not sure what the question is, but I think Camille is C. You weren't scared of him, Amber Heard. This is a man who tried to kill me, accused me on the stand. Yeah, I think Camille's sarcasm could be taken one of two ways. I honestly do. I think that it's possible the jury doesn't like it. Now people are going crazy with I haven't seen one comment about my mic levels. Now half people are saying it's too loud, half are saying it's too low. So I'll do my best to not scream and just leave it on what it is. But it's been the same as what I've done for every video, so it shouldn't be a big difference. Big eye roll from Camille. Melissa said, yeah, definitely. Camille's not happy with how this has been going so far. But yeah, I mean, this is what's frustrating. And especially when we have these breaks in the beginning of the day, this is why they meet with the judge at the beginning of the day to go through this stuff, to make sure that that we don't have a million breaks to do exactly this. Elaine has an argument though. She is allowed to see the unredacted copy before her witness is impeached with it, before they move on, before she answers any questions. So this is all fair game. Camille should have known this already from yesterday with how the judge ruled, and she should have been ready with those unredacted copies. I mean, she has to know that already. Sultan of Sundry. In my 40s, and I'm thinking about switching careers and going to law school, do you have any advice? Yes, I have lots of advice. We'll get to it after this. I'll keep this one up for the break. Or maybe I'll answer it now.
I'm going to show
Oh, just kidding.
the unredacted messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on a laptop because I don't have a hard copy.
Okay.
So my advice would be
Let's pause for a minute.
go crush the LSAT, get scholarships or into the best school that's the most convenient for you. I wouldn't go crazy and pick the top most expensive out-of-state school and uproot your life. I would try to pick something local that's reasonably priced. A lot of public local law schools are some of the best law schools. That's where I went, local-ish in the world. So I would do that. A lot of them have part-time programs if you want to work through it. They really set it up to where you can. And I think having a JD can help you in just about any career you want, not just being a lawyer. So I think, if you're in business at all, if you're in real estate, whatever you're in, going to law school can be really helpful, especially as a second career. A lot of the top people in my class, law school was their kind of second career move.
So Ms. Heard, I'm only going to.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking questions while I'm looking at this.
All right, if you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
What's a strike? C called strike sometimes. If you want to strike testimony, it means the jury cannot consider it as evidence. So even though they've heard it, because everything that's said on the witness stand is evidence, so you can strike it so it's no longer in the record, no longer evidence. Chrissy, would it be more effective if Camille would say, is that correct versus right? That's kind of like a tick or like a crutch that you use. A lot of people say right or correct or isn't that right? A lot of lawyers have like different ways of saying it. I like to say correct, or I try to do it without even using the right or correct and just say, you went to the mall, you bought these shoes, blah, 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 blah. But if they're not giving you straight up answers, then sometimes you do have to follow it up with correct. Elaine's not really interrupting Lisa. Objecting is totally fair. And a lot of times she's winning these objections because they're not providing the unredacted copies for her to review. But Elaine is wasting a lot of their time, which Camille doesn't seem happy about.
So it's any objection 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263 in evidence.
So-
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, "Hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. XX." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then the next day you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Heard?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about.
I think
your
this is
30th
good
birthday.
impeachment.
You testified about this.
Clearly
incident
did
multiple
drugs and
times,
drank in
haven't
front
you?
of him.
That is correct.
But yesterday, you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
And you did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday. And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
You told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area end quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Heard?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response. If we could please bring up Ms. Bredehoff. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Interrogatory questions are written questions that you can send to each party, and they have to answer them under oath. So they're sworn to, and you can impeach with them, even though they're not like an audible deposition. They're written. A lot of times lawyers fill these out for their clients, which is a miss. You have to have your clients answer them, read through them. So if they're asked about them, they know what the answers actually are.
If we can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57. These are signed under the penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
And you testified again to this jury that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go to page 57.
Yes, we go up against some of the same lawyers all the time that represent different insurance companies, some of the same defendants, because a lot of times
Top
we're
of page
suing insurance
57,
companies.
Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay. So starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right. On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down. Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, "I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him."
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Heard, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic bone, pubic area, and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Oh,
Page 64.
did she get Camille?
1, 2, 3 paragraphs down.
Uh-oh.
Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there. Asked me if I was so tough.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the
That's
course
why
of
you
looking
don't
at the
impeach
evidence
stuff like
preparing
this.
For this case, have I put those two pieces together? But I've always said what happened.
Amber won that exchange. Absolutely. You'll probably disagree with me, but Amber won that exchange.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
So you didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
And Mr. Depp texted you that evening to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has music without any words on it.
And again, it's a new one, so I'd like a copy of it.
It's going to be played. There is no sound other than a
Maybe
song.
approach.
Yeah,
Sure.
very weird. Very weird here. So let me see how much you all really think about this, because everybody seems to love Camille. Do you think Camille lost that exchange where she said, you didn't put that in your interrogatories, did you? And Amber Heard's like, yes, I did. And Camille's like, no, you didn't. And Camille was looking at one answer, but Amber, as I said before, was prepared by her lawyers. And she was like, yes, it is on page 64. So Amber knew what was in those interrogatories. We all assumed Camille was going to be right because she's been more prepared, but Amber was correct. That's just one point, but I mean, it's showing that Amber is in fact prepared.
Any objection?
No, you're on.
All right,
Okay.
1264.
If we could please publish this to the jury
Evidence. Yes, ma'am.
with a sound.
A bunch of people sent me this video as well. So it's funny that they're
This is a
using it as
video
well.
you made when you drove to Coachella with your friends for your 30th birthday, right?
That's correct. I'm not quite sure which one of us made the video.
I talked about the
That's correct.
semi-cross as well.
You're featured in that video driving,
That's correct.
and it's set to the song Miss You by the Rolling Stones. Is that right? Message for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
No, that's ridiculous.
You consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you?
Camille laughed there
Yes, I did.
audibly.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time,
I did, yes.
and it made you feel sick, right?
I felt horrible, yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified yesterday that when you left Coachella, you left with, quote, your entire group.
That is correct.
And you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
That is correct.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone, no.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins testified, quote, I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else. You were there when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that. We were a big group of us. I wasn't alone with him.
Isn't it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms at the
No.
same time?
Boom.
I remember everything about that night.
Another beat. All the drugs
Play
affect your
the
memory.
plaintiff's Exhibit 1229, which is already in evidence at 1720 through 2128.
If you don't surrender, temporary restraints. Nobody's telling me.
No, you told me.
We're on the road.
You told me what you wanted. You wanted divorce. And that's what I came to figure
You're
out.
not controlling your lawyers. Stop the process. I don't want to do this. You're not going to do that.
You know, if, especially if you don't. If you,
Okay, I don't want to divorce.
You don't? How, which one? Which one?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me because I left you because you were fucking. You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why? I love you.
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No,
Miss-
that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and...
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
Right. You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
I've got it as high as I can get
I'm
it.
going to publish exhibit or ask that the witness be shown exhibit 1265. This is you and your friends at Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection. All right, 1265 in evidence, can publish it.
There's no injuries to you, are there, Ms. Heard, visible in this picture?
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
So she agrees that the jury's going to look at pictures where you can't see any visible injuries.
Thank you, Tom. Ms. Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut," end quote. Do you remember that?
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
You were referencing that Jack's new stepfather.
Camille
would
can't
teach him
help
how to
but
be a man
snicker.
because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
Right.
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Fucking suck your own dick.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And then when it doesn't go
Suck
your way,
your own
I'm in trouble. And you know what?
suck.
I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck my dick.
I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck my dick.
I
Say.
might have. Suck my dick with you.
Big mistake. I wish I had fucking had.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking hadn't. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're the biggest
baby
fucking,
producer.
you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as
I
something
did
you're
myself
not.
the fake
Suck my
seller of
dick.
goods.
Suck my
I
dick.
fucking you left nothing and I've left
Suck my
everything. So suck
Suck
your
my
dick,
Yeah, go on.
which is probably your next move. Is what
Suck
you fucking move. No, I don't want to suck your dick. Oh, nothing to do with your
Oh,
fucking
what?
movie
You
section.
need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Oh.
Huh?
Fucking fuck yourself.
I
No shit, I can't. Suck with it.
I don't want to.
It's gonna be on the back.
No, it's not really true, Amber.
Actually, it kind of is.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You didn't know
That's not.
Oh, is it? What is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call
I
her up.
I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
she's available.
Maybe she is. But
I'm sure she is.
we'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. I'm sure for her yoga vlog.
That fake laugh. That fake
Oh,
laugh is too
she's-
much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is
I'm
so disgusting.
I'm
man.
sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances in
No,
the
no,
fucking
you're
tragedy.
right. I don't. It's all about
It's about performance.
performance.
How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I don't
What else that you do? Oh, come on.
I don't regret.
Come
I don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to
I
add?
can't talk to
You
you when you
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece
Fozzie
of shit.
Bear.
What? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid's show.
want to know. I want to
Get out your Ubers
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Going
Run
through-
away. I know it's
With
hard to
your
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
plan.
It's
Your
hard.
panicked fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over to
thing.
get
You're
your
right. I
fucking.
tried.
get
That's
you
what I
want.
do.
You are the most spoiled fucking brat. And you got everybody out here almost full, but it
you're
don't
right.
last
You're
long.
right.
I've
I'm
been
sorry.
here a lot longer
You're
than
right. You got it
because
figured out.
you don't have figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your tits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
London feels is
You're right. You're right.
excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 6 years. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can.
So loud.
No, I'm not
Or
laughing.
no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Oh.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know. And stripping, man. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that
a book.
for
You can
another-
write a
for
book.
another
I
10
know you can
minutes.
write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even
Your book.
No,
Is this
no.
gonna be good for your book?
You won't even
Is this
make
gonna
it
be
a
good
book.
for your book?
I'll write what I
Hey,
want. I'll write
I have a
what
good
I want.
idea.
I'll write what
How
I
about somewhere of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait.
Hey,
Hey, no,
Yeah,
you're
you
not
don't
what?
wanna sell out.
No, you're not
you
selling
don't want
out.
to sell out,
no,
Magic Mike.
No,
You don't want to
yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does
No,
21 Drug Street when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
By the
selling
way-
your journals.
By the way, if you didn't know who the fuck I
You're
was.
right. Go sell your journals like a real non-seller. Or, I'm sorry, 50,
6.
51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No.
I don't think so.
Really doesn't.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing. If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine, Mike, you're right. When you play a non-sexualized object. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only I could
You haven't
be
even
like,
taken an interest.
if only I could be
You know,
like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew out
You're
these
a
fucking
joke.
lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Aquaman.
Oh, it's 21, whatever it was.
I was
Don't
like,
remember anymore.
I was 20.
No one cares.
Washed up piece of shit.
He's trying not to laugh.
Washed up
Johnny
piece
Depp
of
is literally trying not to laugh.
I can't hear you.
shit.
Oh.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Fucking like
This is so
thinking that I'm
weird.
going on the road with a
Turn
band.
on my aid. I can't hear you.
Where can you get insight into a
Well, Mr.
marriage
Depp-
like this marriage?
Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes,
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him
I
a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that.
Why is
occasion,
she
yes.
arguing?
Mr. Depp
Why
mentions
say yes?
Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role.
This
in
is going to
Aquaman,
piss
didn't
her off.
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning.
Oh, yeah, that's going to piss
he?
Amber
Mr.
off.
That
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp. That's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E. This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
You write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, "Ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, "Promised, swore to me you would be."
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he would run away at the first sign of trouble. Often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster was the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
In these messages, Ms. Heard,
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, "Come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything." You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker. Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not responding to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again, right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be more under the influence.
I'm going to move to strike everything after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
Your Honor, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful. And
You don't ask
beautiful
who
and
was
a
the
man I
monster.
love.
You say you were the monster, Miss Heard, weren't you? Don't
I'd like
ask
to
her
take
who
a
was
look
the
at
monster.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
Yes, the jury can give her more, or can give Johnny more than 50 million if they
There's
really
another
want
set
to.
of text messages between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence. You can publish.
This is a set of text messages and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all of these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Same thing was happening here.
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another bender.
You write, please come home, right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please. And continuing on page 97, you write, give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
This is what would happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would
Isn't
try
that
to.
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted you.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
my
important.
question is
to me.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a hold
Heard?
of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you,
That's not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who
drugs.
he was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard, not for being violent, just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop, I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall! I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
I'm
stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah,
this
I think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really ready.
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
Is your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio?
I believe that
And he
that
was going to go
recording was.
use?
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs? That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's not
it's your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you feel
I
so-
go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Let's go to May of 2016. Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions.
I'm going to compare pictures here.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure.
Correcting
The reason
her
I say that is
testimony
'cause
now.
There's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct, yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday, this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday, this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures though, isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on. And then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
She knows the answers to this are going to be no,
You
but
were
she
sitting
still
here in
has to
this
ask them
courtroom
so
when
the jury
Mr.
can
Isaac
listen.
Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
I noticed that
And
too, the
Mr.
hair
Baruch
up here.
testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face.
Definitely the same
correct?
picture.
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Hurd, my question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
All right.
And here's the argument. My question is a bit more nuanced, and so is my answer. Interesting. Beverly Alford, this is where Camille needs to show the duplicated crime scene photos. Example, spilt wine. Yeah, but I do think that if you look at that picture, she didn't move a muscle. A hair on her head did not move, because it would be like if I did this with my hair and took a picture and then went to change it and then took a picture again. See how a couple hairs have moved? That's what it would have been like for her. And her hair was all literally in the same exact spot between those two pictures. Ali, why let her go on and on? Just make her say yes or no. Is this not in her favor? Yeah, Camille's trying to control her as much as she can, but Amber Heard is doing her best to squeeze in as much explanation as she can for every single answer. Are these recordings and text really that bad for Amber Heard? I think she's giving plausible explanations that, this meant he was going to go use. I was scared because he was going to go use. And they never actually define what the problem is or what she's scared of or things like that. So for the most part, I think she is giving decent explanations, but the one where she was doing the creepy laugh and all that stuff definitely shows she's not scared of Johnny Depp, which I think is the most damning evidence for Amber Heard, because she acted like she was in serious fear for her life. Does not sound like those in any of these recordings. Mandy Bishop, does anyone else think JD has THC in the candy? Not in the courtroom. I highly doubt that.
Tom, can we put these down, please? I think they might be confusing the witness.
She said that so the jury heard it.
My question is more nuanced.
Can we put this down? They
You
may
sat
be
in this
confusing
courtroom.
the witness.
Well, Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
The red puffy face, that was your counsel.
She didn't say
correct?
that you have red
That was
puffy
her
She said-
face.
testimony in the UK.
Oh, in the
That's
UK.
incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
Oh,
I
so
disagree.
now she's calling her a
It's
liar.
inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that
matter
right?
what's convenient for me.
Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016. And he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not
They're just
report any
repeating
injuries on you,
testimony.
did he?
I don't see
What
that. I
did
don't
he
see the,
testify to?
where's
He
the
didn't
question?
know which one I was.
Amber's
No,
not
I
agreeing
think we all
that
saw
all the
on
officers
video camera
said she
you
wasn't
identified
injured,
yourself.
impeaching
Isn't
her
that
because
correct?
she said she
But I
was.
had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would
The
believe
jury
that.
heard the testimony.
You were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016, because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence, and play from 254 through
Here we go.
439?
This is where we get to see James Franco enter the penthouse elevator. Johnny Depp is smirking over there. And they cuddle up to each other as they go up to the changed locks in the penthouse. This video is not good for her. I've been waiting. A lot of people ask me about this. I've been waiting for them to actually play this part for the jury and have Amber explain it. So let's see how she explains it. Now, this will definitely be a check off of our bingo card. Samantha, they can prove that she used a filter potentially with the metadata, but they don't have any of the metadata. That's one of the big issues in this case. Do you think with the changes to her testimony that Camille could treat Amber as hostile? She is treating her as hostile. You only have to ask for that if you're direct examining a witness. She's crossing her. Samantha, please go like the video. They've helped a lot. Thank you. And there he is, James Franco. Like, could they look any more suspicious? Like they're trying to hide something? Little cuddle.
They're obviously trying to hide their face from the camera. They know where the camera is.
Exactly. Somebody said he brought a backpack. Yeah, this is not good for Amber Heard.
Franco on May 22nd.
Just admit this.
2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
I would say, and he had an overnight bag, and let her correct it to say
22:51.
he had a backpack, but you get the point across.
Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp
I don't
was
know
out
what
of
I
town
knew
on
at
May
the time.
27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
When in
You
doubt,
knew
go
he
with I
wouldn't
don't
be back
know.
For weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording. It's Defendant's Exhibit 598. So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, and to effectively start another cycle.
Right. Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your testimony is now,
prevented him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play, please, defendants 598 at 4948 through 5035. 5035.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to, why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking, it's not that difficult. Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's correct.
And how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
And how this overwhelmed you?
It was overwhelming, yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
That is correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Jamie, she has not asked her about the skin condition yet.
This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO?
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Were you having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
All right. Please pull up Exhibit 1.
That's plaintiffs at one.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence. You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
And that's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
That is correct.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
That is, yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was your first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, technically it was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context. He wrote here, quote, "Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted."
That is
You're
correct.
referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You're referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016, right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman. This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's a reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this is a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Heard?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended to know.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's correct.
It's about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him.
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
Ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No.
You wrote this in 2018, right?
Exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
So
not about
May of
Johnny. It's about what happened to me
Ms. Heard,
after.
my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order. So yes,
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
that's correct. And I had to provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face. Yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers. Yes.
May 2016 is when you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application. Yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on. Yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath.
That's
right?
when it started. Yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that, yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed.
I don't know why she doesn't just say yes, it's
but I
about
wrote
Johnny
this
Depp.
op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
When you give an
Well,
open-ended
actually,
question,
Exhibit 3, which is voting
you're
evidence.
stuck with the answer.
This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Thank you. So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
You testified yesterday that you didn't have any control over the title, and just now, of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was a tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
Right. So you included a link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward, right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see what
you
you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed
And
is
to
in-
promote it.
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to change it. Isn't that right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We got to keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted. Would you please pull that up? Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th.
Interesting strategy to try to attack that it wasn't as big of a deal as a big title on Twitter and pushed out there for the entire article. Just a little line in the 8th page of an article. Not as publicized, I guess.
Let's pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted. And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818, 881A, excuse me.
Forget about not being involved. How about not even reading the title, even after you tweet it? I don't think that's plausible usually, but that's her story. And if it's true, I don't know why she cares about knowing what the title is.
Go to page 8 of this article.
Got to keep it tight when you're doing it. Sometimes it's easy to stray, but it's tough. I think she should make them more pointed and on individual specific points, yes or no. Amber's still going to stray and argue and qualify and try to explain away some of her bad answers or some of the bad recordings, but
Sorry, Your Honor. May I just
All right.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
snazzy trinkets. In closing arguments, would it be best to follow the actual timeline of events to make all this flow and make better sense to the jury? I think Johnny Depp's team is better off just saying she's lying about all this stuff. Here's how she's lying about all this stuff. She disagrees with all the evidence, all the testimony, all the recordings, rather than put a clean timeline together, I think. But I like how she's taking specific events, Camille, and making a timeline of that event. Here's what you said before. Here's where the brutality allegedly happened. And this is how you're acting afterwards.
We'll come back to this.
This is
Sorry,
what you
Ms.
look
Hurd.
like afterwards.
Sorry, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Let's go ahead and take this down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory was positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding the stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
In fact, there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Her
There was a
team
lot
just
of
literally
publicity
did this
about
to
your
Johnny.
relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman
Same
made
argument.
the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Heard. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
An ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
She just told the jury to
Take a
look her
at
up.
some of that.
Oh my gosh. She literally just told the jury to look her up.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't tell the jury to look you up. I would ask for an instruction to say, Judge, can you tell the jury to strike that answer? They cannot look her up. Jeez. JD's team's getting some notes from the gallery here. Ben Chu's walking up. I think some stuff's going to happen at this sidebar. We may even break early for lunch so they can make these arguments. Very interesting. How can the jury process weeks of evidence in 3 to 6 days? It's tough. That's why they take notes and try to kind of remember as things are going. Are you good? Are you back?
Well, I'm back visually. Yeah, I was always listening, but now you can see me.
What about the video when James Franco left the next morning? I haven't seen that video yet. If it exists, they could always play it. Let's see. Should Camille point out that never once has Amber asked Johnny to stop using drugs in text and her mind reading considered factual evidence? No, but I think there are some recordings and things where she does ask him to stop using. Is she skipping around the events to try and trip Amber up, going from convo to JF elevator and back again? I definitely think she's picking her spots for her strongest evidence that she can nitpick and not have Amber dance. Definitely a method to it. Prov K, thank you for your time and your practice. Thank you for finding time from your practice and life to walk everyone through this, my man. What is your gut feeling on the outcome at this point? I think that it's becoming harder and harder to believe Amber Heard's testimony. It's becoming harder and harder to believe what she's saying and how she's contradicting everybody else. I think that's really tough to believe. I don't think she's coming off great on the stand. I really don't. So I'm leaning towards Johnny Depp's side at this point. Can Amber Heard's history with X still be brought in? They can try to use it if they want, but I am positive that based on how Amber Heard is fighting with all of these questions and answers, that she would say, no, that cop was a bigot. Me and my ex both said nothing happened, and he just, wanted to arrest me. That's how I think she would do that. And if they don't have any other evidence to prove it, I think it could fall flat. So it may not be worth getting into unless the judge is really going to let you get into it. Evidence to appeal UK trial over the donations. Judge said it was why he ruled for the Sun and AH. She perjured herself, or she perjured UK trial yesterday on the stand. I don't know how this is from Party Blue. I don't know how the UK rules work. So I can't really answer how it's going to affect the UK trial. Cluck, Duck, Goose. It illustrates the importance of drugs in her world. who notes the intent to do drugs on their wedding schedule. Heck, that was, I haven't been shocked by a lot in this trial, but that was kind of shocking to me that the gall they had to send that out to everybody, planning the wedding, making sure somebody remembered to bring the drugs. Different world than I live in. Dana Nuri, can the jury ask for a written definition of histrionic personality disorder on BPD? I reread the definition last night, and what I've seen and heard of Amber in testimony is spot on. I think that they cannot ask for somebody to give them a written definition of it. On closing, the lawyers can put it up on the screen what that definition is if the expert testifies to it, but you really need to get that in through the psychological or psychiatry experts that they've called. Georgia Cameron Clark, do you feel we got a good answer to why she had a personal nurse traveling with her? Forgive the British speaking. Thank you for the commentary. No, I don't, especially when she says she wasn't doing any good and she just worked for Johnny. I really don't. Are you good, Dad? Is everything working?
Well, no, I'm good. I mean, I'll be fiddling
We
with my
keep coming in and out. Okay.
my AirPods, but I'll use the voice on this right now.
Yeah, that's fine. You sound fine on that.
Okay.
All right. Can she not be held accountable in real time for perjury? She has been called out for lying. Why is this not being addressed more strongly? Why don't you talk about, Dad, why it's not perjury to get impeached?
Well, first of all, it really almost never.
You don't have to. Your volume's just a little loud, so you don't have to yell. So just
right.
Yeah.
First of all, that almost never happens. I mean, somebody gets on there just because they give inconsistent statements doesn't mean it's perjury, or just because they're impeached, it doesn't mean it's perjury. Perjury, you have to convince or say that they deliberately lied. They had the intent of lying. And, inconsistent statements, people say things inconsistent all the time. You forget, your recollection is different than other people's recollections. At a trial, that almost never happens. And it's not going to happen here either.
Yeah. And just saying, like, some of her explanation about, I may have been mistaken, or I think I said it was stemming from the same incident, could have been a day later or days later. That is really how you protect against perjury. It's really hard with that. That's why it's never prosecuted. People can give inconsistent statements and what feels like lying to the lawyer all the time, but it almost never gets popped for perjury.
The exception is when you say things like that to an FBI agent, which we've seen that when law enforcement interviews you, you better be telling the truth and it better be accurate. Otherwise, you can get charged because there is a separate crime for lying to a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, they care if you lie to them, but not in a civil trial. They don't really care if you lie. All right. How has the cross been so far? Just hopped in. So we'll talk more about this at the lunch break, which I think is coming up. We'll bring Pete in to talk about how the cross went. So Dylan, stick around and we will get to this answer. Pamela Lister, thank you for the super sticker. I'm leaning more towards JD for a win, but I feel like the jury might not want to go against the Me Too movement and will be afraid to give JD a win. I think all of those things are possible and in play. So we'll just have to wait to see what we're going to find out a lot once the jury gives its verdict. Because if Johnny wins, it's just they liked him more than her. And if he loses, you ain't never going to win a defamation case, in my opinion. Like this is just, unless you have it like Cardi B, where they admit to knowing what they said was a lie and they said it anyways and they published it and they profited off it and they did it to hurt you. Unless you have those admissions by the defendant, it's very difficult to win a defamation case. Right now, while others are with the judge, Amber keeps looking at the jury and making frowny faces. It's weird.
I miss that.
Oh, they're not showing her. At least on this feed. Gloria Minix, her sister between JD and AH or JD and the stairs. Her sister, so she got between her sister and Johnny Depp, but behind her sister was the stairs, at least with how Amber described it. Yesterday, she said she wrote the op-ed about Johnny. She said it wasn't about Johnny. She said the only person that thought it was about Johnny was Johnny, and the only person that thought that was about Johnny was Johnny, and that she wrote it about her. She wrote it about being a domestic violence victim and wanted to be a voice for all the other victims. So yes, she wrote it. It had things to do with Johnny, which is what she has said multiple times in cross, but overall it was not all about Johnny, basically.
Yeah. And she could have done a better job on that because, anybody reading that would know that Johnny was a major part of what she was talking about. And she just kept trying to deny that and dance around, which has been her problem through her whole cross, is rather than just admitting something or saying yes or no, she's tried to dance a lot. And juries recognize that dance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that as she tries to qualify and argue with every single thing, it is not a good look in front of the jury. I really don't think that it's a good look in front of the jury at all. Oh, I don't know what happened. All right, what else we got here? Andrea Groth, thank you both for your time and great explanation. I'm so glad not to be a part of this mad world of the rich and famous. What price they have to pay, what price they have been paying for all the money and fame. Regards from Singapore. I think that is actually one of the bigger ticket items where, like, is this society that we glamorize and people look up to, like that's a miss in my opinion. I think that this is really pulling back the curtain a little bit.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And the jury, remember, the jury are not these people. They are not Hollywood superstars. The juries are not, $100 million lifestyle people. All of this is shocking to them. And, all of this is something that it's a world they don't understand. And it's a world that they can't even imagine.
Okay, hold on. I just got something here. All right, so the DUI guy that's in the courtroom. Okay. Oh, we'll get to what he says about what's happening in there.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So, Ms. Hurd, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made. I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles is what it.
Okay. Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you. This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020. And the title is #Justice for Johnny Depp Trends After Amber Heard Admits to Hitting Actor in Audio Clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
Oh boy, we're getting into the Twitter headlines here.
To Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. This one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard Admits to Hitting Johnny Depp in Recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Ms. Heard.
That's when his lawyer
See
leaked
the
an
title?
edited tape.
Amber Heard
She's going to
admits
argue with
hitting
everything.
Johnny Depp in Recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. We could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269. This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plants.
Let's go to 1270.
PR plants, but not what she's suing for. That's important. Other
This one was
bad
published
press
on March 31st,
is not the statements of the
2020.
lawyer.
Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
They did this to Johnny Depp for a long
Go
time on the
to
stand.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271. You see the title that says Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it quote erupted like the Vesuvius.
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
You can go to 1272. This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
Ooh, they're getting a lot of hearsay in. Wow.
It doesn't
I'm
say
shocked
Mr.
this
Waldman.
stuff is
It actually says Kate
admissible.
James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
It
I
might
just
go to
see through down the
damages,
article.
the
Ms. Heard,
counterclaim.
Isn't that
Absolutely.
what that
Mr.
says?
Waldman threw the newspaper at
Heard,
me afterwards.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
What
my
was your
question
I'm
is-
sorry.
The title of the article says
This is
Amber
bad
Heard
for
stole my
Amber.
sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says
She wasn't going to say Kate James until Amber said it was Adam Waldman.
by saying it was Adam Waldman.
Yes.
Sustain the objection. Next
Boom.
question.
She's right. But the judge sustained it. That's so unfair.
1276.
That's a miss by the judge.
Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277.
It's getting a little bit of overkill, and the judge really should limit it.
Published July 28th, 2020.
No, they did this to Johnny
Amber
with
Heard's
25
sister thought
articles.
she was going to kill Johnny Depp.
She
claims
should have
witness.
limited it then,
Do you see
too.
that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
And 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Now's where she has to be careful. Don't open the door for Amber to say, yeah, he lost that UK trial. Be careful when talking about the UK trial if I was Camille.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in an hour.
All right, so now we're gonna have some fun here. On the lunch break, I'm gonna grab Pete Sardis if he's available. He's gonna come in and explain kind of how he thinks Cross is going from his perspective. He's been picking up parts of it. He hasn't watched the whole thing, but he's been picking up a lot of parts of it. Dad, he'll discuss it with you. I'll give him the headphones so you guys can kind of talk through it.
We'll come back
and then
at
when I'm done with
1:35 then.
My appointment,
All right,
I'll
thank
come
you.
back and we'll answer the questions that everybody's asking. So feel free to ask your questions. We're going to star a bunch of them and kind of save them for later after Pete and my dad kind of go through what they've seen. Point's going to be kind of overall thoughts of Cross, how you think Cross is going, who you think's winning, how believable Amber Heard is, how you think Camille's doing, the lawyer for Johnny Depp. So Pete's going to jump in now. I'm going to pull this video off. My dad's screen went black again. He'll come back on eventually probably, but you can just go ahead and give your thoughts. No, you can sit here. I'm going to get up because I got to make a call. All right, so let me stop sharing the screen. I'm going to put this on mute so it won't bother you. And I will be back. That's what you can hear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, just give your thoughts of what you think across, and I will be back. And if my dad pops back up, he'll be here. He can unmute himself, and then you'll hear him in there.
Fantastic. Okay, here comes your dad. Hey, George, how are you? I can't hear you, George. Your mic's off.
In case my picture goes out, so you know, I'm the mountains. The internet gets a little unstable up here, but
All right, good
I'll
deal.
always be on sound.
You know, George, I want to take a minute and just kind of talk about examination from a lawyer's perspective. Hey, Eric, how you doing? I from my perspective, I think direct examination is a science. And you and I have done cross examinations, direct examination. We flip-flop back and forth in trials. I think direct examination is a science. you pretty much put your outline together, you talk to your witness, you go through the questions and answers. It's ballet. You know what I mean? It's not, there's no fight involved. It's just a matter of keeping the jury interested and keeping things happening. I think cross-examination is an art. To me, it's more like fencing or boxing than it is dancing, because in cross, the person that you're questioning is obviously contrary, is on the other side of you. And from a lawyer's perspective, I think to be really good at cross-examination, you've got to be quick on your feet. You've got to have a flow because you want to keep the jury interested. You don't want to be sitting like we saw, and hate to say it, for Miss Heard's lawyers when they were cross-examining Johnny Depp, waiting 5-10 minutes looking for some piece of paper because you lose your jury. You got to keep control of the examination. So I guess what I want to focus on is I think Camille specifically is doing a spectacular job. I think she knows her material. I think she's got a great command of just the plethora of cannon fodder that exists from Amber Heard. And she's doing a really good job of putting it up there and getting it in front of the jury and making her look like a liar or making her look inconsistent at every opportunity. So I guess that's my take. What do you think? And I know you've been doing this all day.
She has done a good job. I thought she was better in the beginning. She hit some really strong quick points and got some quick shots in. Some of her later shots got lost in the explanations and what happened, and and I think she kept too long. For instance, I think she went too long on the $7 million on that contribution. Yes, she had a great question at the end. You did not actually give them the $7 million. That was the point. But the dance that she was doing with Amber Heard just kind of watered down the effectiveness of her final point. Another thing, and Amber Heard said this, Amber Heard said that the picture that was on the honeymoon was photoshopped, yet she never got into that. Either she didn't listen to the answer, either it missed her. Hopefully one of the lawyers at the table remember that to find out. So she claimed that was a Photoshop picture. So there are some things that she just went too long and lost the impact. Because I really think she was better when she had quick punches.
Right. But fair.
She had these quick pops.
No, I'm with you on the quick jabs because that's the way you want to be. But isn't it fair comment to say that this becomes very mentally taxing when you're up there and you're playing this, this game with your witness, and it's as contentious as this is? I mean, it kind of wears on your ability to quickly think and ask a closed-ended question and drive your witness where you want them to be.
Well, a witness like Amber Heard, for instance, she's been on the stand now. This is her second day, third? No, I forget how many days she did before, but she's been on the stand for quite a while. She's the one that should be tired. She's the one that should be anxious. She's the one that you want to put on the defensive the whole time, and she has. And Amber has played into her many times because she's given either a snide remark, a facial expression that was kind of inappropriate. And the other thing too is, well, I tell you what, I just can't imagine more fodder for cross-examination than she's given 5-6 different statements. So you can use all those statements for impeachment. It's hard for somebody to be totally consistent 5 or 6 different times. Especially, you saw the size of some of those statements, they were like 2 inches.
And you hate to say it, but even the photographs. I mean, she's a public personality. She's an actress. She's all over the world, and she's in photographs. And I give Camille credit from being able to pull up photographs quickly of this is the day that you said you were abused.
Yeah,
right?
But she was ready. I mean,
absolutely.
You can tell she had all these. She had majority of these questions were already written out right there on her paper. She was just reading the question as she had written them. So she was ready for that, although she wasn't ready. There's one exhibit she couldn't find that they're going to do after lunch. But she was ready with those exhibits. I also don't understand, since they're so key on what was said, why, again, there are no transcripts of the tapes. That they're just listening to the tapes and not having the jury either read along or have them up on a screen so that the transcript rolls along. Because we've done that many times in trials where we have a transcript for the tape, because the tapes sometimes are hard to understand or hard to hear. So you have the transcript so the jury can read along on the words as it's being played on the tape.
And I think it's important for people to understand that when this duel is happening, that it's especially in a case this big with this much impeachment material, you got to have a good second chair, somebody that's listening and kind of knows where you're going with your question. So as you're asking the questions, that person's pulling up the photograph, the documents, getting you ready to see the actual transcript citations that you're looking for.
Right. There's some, I mean, you can see all the paper they have,
Yeah.
these huge notebooks, so that they've got everything right there, everything at their fingertips. We talk a lot about technology, but here's a trial that certainly exhibits the fact that even though you've got all this technology, you still have all the paper. When they hand her a deposition for impeachment purposes, they hand her the paper. They don't show the deposition page on the screen for her to read. So even though, trials still are very paper intensive, even with this technology.
And there is, I think, a tremendous amount of preparation that people sometimes don't understand. It's not just asking the question, but it's having the backup materials, being able to put your witness where you want them to be. And it's hard to express how much time is involved in this. But how do you think, George? I think Amber Heard's getting destroyed up there. I think Camille,
I think she's doing. I do, and I think she's doing a lot of it to herself. She would end the questioning if she would just say yes.
And
but she just has to argue.
Yeah, and I'm listening to some of the comments you guys have had while this is happening, and it's some of these questions are just simple. Yes, no, just answer the question, and it would cut down on so much of the you were looking like you're quibbling about everything, because I think Camille's doing a good job of not giving Amber Heard an inch. Even if the answer is close enough, she still punches in there to make sure that the jury understands that since she quibbled, she's wrong.
Yeah, but you've been watching, I know some of it, maybe not all of it like we have, but I also am shocked that the judge is letting the defense lawyer, I forget her name, the defense lawyer stand up and make all these speaking objections, or even when it's not an objection, she lets her give a speech trying to help her client out or trying to explain her client's answer. And the judge is letting her get away with that.
I think the judge is probably tired too. But George, let me ask you that question. If it were you up there and me, because again, we're different lawyers, I think we're more aggressive. From a defense standpoint, would you be objecting a heck of a lot more than what Amber Heard's lawyers are objecting?
I would be, and I tell you what I don't understand, unless the rules are so different in Virginia than they are in Florida. What I don't understand is the ability to repeat trial testimony and just ask her, do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Right, bolstering that testimony.
Say, yes, no, I don't remember it yet. Because why is it that you're allowed to repeat the testimony while you're cross-examining somebody else just to find out if they were in the courtroom and heard it? What relevance does that have? The relevance is what was said in that testimony. The jury heard the testimony. The jury is the ones that have to recall the testimony. Whether or not Amber recalls the testimony or not doesn't matter unless Amber is going to argue about disagreeing with the testimony. That's a different point. Right. But a lot of these questions, all they wanted to know is, did Amber hear the testimony?
Yeah,
they didn't ask if she agreed with it or not.
Yeah, it sounds like bolstering to me. We would object it for that. The other thing, I don't know why her defense lawyers aren't doing this, but Camille's got a very good camber. She's kind of moving the questions along, and she's got a very good command. The jury's definitely engaged.
Right.
I would be objecting to some stuff. For example, when she puts up the transcripts or she wants to put up the audio, I would object to say, Judge, I want to see what she's going to put up there before my client's impeached to confirm that it's proper, if for no other reason than to stop that cadence.
Well, yes. And well, when there are certain areas, for instance, when she's argued, sometimes Camille did argue or interrupt an answer that Amber was giving right in the middle of it. And sometimes that was a justified interruption because Amber wasn't answering the question. But sometimes she just didn't like where Amber was going, and it's her fault because she asked some open-ended questions, questions that allow, and that's why when the judge overrules the long answer that Camille's trying to stop, it's because Camille asked a question that allowed for that open-ended answer, and she's stuck with it. She has to let Amber finish that answer. So that's why you also make your questions very tight. So if you're asking a yes or no question, that's what it is. But on the other hand, a witness is allowed to explain their answer. And if it's the type of answer that needs explanation, you can't stop the witness from explaining it. And that's what Camille allowed to happen some of these times, is ask her a question that allowed her to explain it, even though the explanation might have been absurd. And of course, the other thing is, the more Amber explains a question, at least in my view, the better off you are, because that explanation becomes more and more implausible.
Right. And it also gives you material to be able to cross-examine her even more.
Right. If you're listening to the answer, which is a key, you've got to listen to that answer so that you can follow up.
George, do you know in Virginia, are they allowed to cross-examine on collateral matters?
I do not know.
Okay.
Probably can hear that background.
Yeah, I hear it. It's okay.
All of a sudden. I do not know, again, what the rules are in Virginia. That's what I'm saying. In Florida, well, like, again, another example that I don't understand is reading those text messages. Not text messages, the Twitter statements. That makes no sense to me, but Peter tells me they spent a long time doing that to Johnny Depp.
Yeah, it must be just a distinction in the rules in Virginia that allow that to happen.
And those Twitter messages were not from her. They were just out of nowhere.
Yeah. The other thing that I'm shocked, and again, Amber Heard's lawyers a couple times have objected and said, can she finish her answer like you were talking about? But a lot of the times they just don't. They're letting it go. And I think they've got great opportunities that are missed to stop Camille's cross-examination, to give Amber Heard an opportunity to stop and breathe, to think about what the answer should be, and give her an opportunity on some of those open-ended questions to really fix, to fix the response. I don't know how well you can fix it because she's just all over the board.
Right. And I tell you, I'm waiting to see how the redirect is going to be after all of this, because there's doors opened all over the place. They can get into all sorts of stuff. And again, my theory has always been, is I wonder how the jury is really reacting to this. Yes, I think the jury believes Johnny Depp. Yes, I think Amber Heard did a terrible job. I think she is definitely the loser in the testimony category here. I think Johnny did a much better job on the stand.
In the court of public opinion, she's gone.
Yeah, but I still wonder whether or not, again, we have a jury of just everyday people. I wonder if they're going to say, these two people, this marriage was a disaster from the beginning. It's a situation, I've said it many times, mutual combat. Is there really a reason to give money to one over to the other? Does that really matter? Or do you rule for Johnny Depp and give him $1? Right. Somebody asked if he could get more than 50 million. Yes, he can. But, all Amber Heard is going to end up doing is filing for bankruptcy probably if that happens, and he won't get any money. So it's not really a money thing. I definitely think, just like the divorce wasn't a money thing, Amber said, I definitely think that it's just for reputation and perception. Yeah. That's what this is all about.
And I think you're right. And you look at it from from a normal person's perspective looking in. And I know Peter's talked about this a lot. Who the heck video records just these random conversations and random interactions between husband and wife? We've seen so much of it during cross-examination how
about this journal? And I mean, I do not understand. You're right. I don't understand these recordings. I don't understand this journal they were just creating evidence in case this happened. Yeah.
And how many of them are there? I mean, we're just watching this cross-examination over the course of the last couple of hours. I think she's pulled up 6 or 7 of these ridiculous recordings that Amber apparently made during these fights.
And not just because, and they don't just record the nice stuff when they're talking to each other and telling each other how much in love they are. They record the really nasty stuff between each other.
Susan Davis just commented she was setting him up for the beginning. I think that's true. I think she's come to a place where she married him, knew that he was a train wreck. We all knew he was a train wreck before she married him, and figured this will be valuable at some point, either professionally or in court. And she just started filming this guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just think it just, to me, it's just bizarre. All these recordings and film, just, I don't know. And plus, these are public figures. You think they would be more sensitive and more careful to what is recorded or said, because knowing that if it got out, it could really damage them. You know, you got the TMZs of the world, and you've got, you know, all these places that love the, you know, People magazines and
right,
love to see this stuff. Why would you make a record of it like this?
Suzanne Ang just asks, define train wreck. Yeah, you pretty much have it. It is defined.
George, would you take this case? I just saw it. Absolutely. Yeah. I would absolutely take this case, and I would take either side of the case. Because that's what lawyers do. Lawyers come in there, and we're warriors, we're gladiators, and you hire us to be gladiators. And I would, you know, this case is a fabulously, really, I mean, think about it. Like I said, you have so much in this case. It's not your average case. I would have taken this case, sure.
George, how long do you think she's going to go? Oh, hold on. Michael H. has a question. Do you pick a jury differently in a civil case versus a criminal case? I'll let you jump in on that one.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely, because the issues are different. The burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt in the criminal case. In the civil case, it's just a preponderance of the evidence, which means that just a little bit of a tilt one way and you win. Criminal cases are much more, the consequences are much different. In a civil case, you're just talking about money. Criminal case, you're talking about freedom. And so, yes, you do pick a jury much differently. Absolutely.
George, let me ask, because, and I think, again, Camille's doing a great job, no doubt about it. I think it's interesting. She's been able to maintain a general cadence that interests the jury. But at some point, do you think it's worth just shutting it down? You've made your point. You've demonstrated whatever you need to demonstrate to discredit that witness. Do you think there'll come a point where you're just going to start losing the jury because it's just so redundant, repetitive? Or is this just so good?
No, I think you're right. There is a point where you can't lose a jury. If you've really, again, you've got this is a judgment call from experience as a lawyer. You take a look and say, have I done enough damage? Have I totally destroyed her credibility? Is she finished? And there is a point where you say, gosh, I've done enough. The only thing you've got to be careful of is you do have to cover all your bases, because you don't want to miss something when they come back on redirect and they hit you with something that you never covered on your cross-examination. So you do have to cover all your bases, but you don't have to go into the excruciating detail. Eventually that detail does get lost.
Yeah. Suzanne Ang just asked another question, what we meant by what happens during bankruptcy. I'll give you a moment to see if I can put that back up on the screen. There you go. Suzanne, if she files bankruptcy, this judgment may very well become part of the bankruptcy, and which point Johnny Depp gets pennies on the dollar, and some bankruptcy judge will make a determination how much money, all of her creditors will get. And a lot of, especially celebrities, they're leveraged in a place where they could very easily protect their assets, their personal assets. Does the defamation character of this case, George, does that affect the ability to go to bankruptcy court?
I don't think so. I think the one I always hear about, the exception I always hear about, is fraud. But I don't know I don't think defamation probably protects you from bankruptcy. At least, again, we're not bankruptcy lawyers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We're not bankruptcy lawyers.
I've never heard that defamation is a protected class like fraud. You can't get rid of a fraud judgment in bankruptcy. That's because of the criminal aspect of it.
And to go back to the discussion we're having before this question, you have to remember that we're watching this in the comforts of our own homes or at work or whatever we're doing, right? And we turn it off and turn it on whenever we want. But the jury, this has been their life for how many weeks now? And you have to be conscious about having the jury look at you going, get on with it already, because they want to go home too. They want to get to a point where they're going to reach a verdict and leave and go back about their lives. So what do you think we've gotten to that point yet in this case, George? Do you think the jury's just thinking this is just so redundant? Stop already. We get it.
No, and frankly, I think it's because of who the parties are. I think these jurors are pretty enamored by the fact that they're looking at these two people and saying, gosh, we would never be this close to these two people in our whole lives. And the other thing is, they have in the palm of their hands the financial wherewithal, success or failure of two stars. They have Johnny Depp because she's countersuing, and they have Amber Heard, who we just heard got $10 or $20 million from Aquaman. And so in the palm of their hands, they control these superstars, people they would never have contact with, people they'd never get this close to. And I don't think that escapes them, that these people in general sometimes look at as untouchable. But now this jury says we can't touch them. And I also find that jurors are very competent. They are very serious. They really take their job serious. They want to do a good job. So that's what they're doing. They want to do a good job and they want to do the right thing here. And I also think they're kind of entertained by what's going on.
Yeah, it's just, it's like it is. We talk about watching a car accident on the side of the street, or you look at the train wreck. You can't get away from it. You can't escape. You can't walk away because you can't make this stuff up. It's crazy how much cannon fodder there is between these two.
And again, it's a glimpse into the lifestyle that maybe we suspected, a lot of people thought about. Maybe you read about it in the newspaper, or there's a clip in something like, again, People Magazine or something like that. But we're hearing just excruciating detail about a lifestyle. Again, I don't know about you. Actually, I do know about you. But you and I, it's not a lifestyle we ever would have expected. We don't know how these people live. We don't know how they do that. That we've looked at all the drug use that's been testified to in this case. It is just shocking to me. The way that these two in love married couple talk to each other. Both of us are married, and we've been married quite a while. The things they say and the things they do to each other, it's just shocking. And I have to admit that when I hear this, it's just hard for me to believe that this is not some movie. And who knows, there may be a movie, come out of this at some point.
Oh, there is no doubt in my mind that somebody is going to commission this to be the movie, the real life of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Yeah,
just insane.
I mean, I know it is going to be shocking.
Whatever you want. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to walk out. Who helps in prep? Other lawyers or paralegals? Crazy Cat Queen. Thanks for the question. Actually, it could be either one. George and I have tried cases together for many, many years. And George would do, for example, cross-examination. I'd be in the back, making sure that he had the documents he needed and getting him prepared because I knew where his questions were going. Sometimes law firms use paralegals too. It's not a necessary, that you're using one or the other.
And there are also times when you use certain kind of experts to prepare. Like I talked earlier about it when we had these mock juries, where you actually hire a company that goes out there and recruits people off the street to be jurors, and you have a pretend trial, a fake trial in front of these jurors, so that they tell you, all right, that particular, we had one time where we had co-defendants. I represented one, another lawyer represented another one, and we did a mock trial. And what the jury basically told us, these big jurors told us, is client number one, the blonde, the other guy, keep him off the stand. Nobody believes a thing he says. Your client, very likable, very believable. So that convinced us that at the jury trial we had in front of the jury, the only defendant that testified was my client. The other defendant's client just sat there and didn't say anything because those jurors convinced us he was just not believable. Not that he was lying, but just he came across bad on the stand. So you can hire experts. Sometimes you hire jury selection experts. We're not big fans of jury selection experts, but you hire these jury selection experts that tell you what kind of jury will like your client or what kind of jury will like your case. And they give you, some of them are psychologists or psychiatrists that tell you those kind of things. So there are a whole group of people, this whole industry of people that will help you out.
Right. George, thanks. Good seeing you. I'm going to turn it back over to the real star of the show, and I'll see you on the next round. Take care, everybody.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Pete. I'm sure all you guys loved hearing variety because everybody loves variety. Whatever you get, I'm fine with. You know what I like most places. Yeah. So that was fun. Get a little different perspective. Pete's a 20-year civil and criminal trial lawyer as well. So it's always good to have different perspectives. Him and my dad have worked together for a long time as well. So just kind of cool to get some different perspectives. But there's a couple things I want to jump back into as I come on that are interesting to me. And I just did that. And the first one is the DUI guy who is in the courtroom tweeted out, not from the courtroom, I'm sure. He said, Amber Heard stating JD tried to kill her, in quotes, but in quotes, he is also my husband. Juror number 5 was extremely skeptical, raised eyebrows for the first time in 2 days of testimony. An hour in, jurors 4, 5, 8, and 9 barely look at Amber Heard when she talks. They're locked in on Vasquez. Rob from Law and Lumber said that Elaine, Amber's lawyers, and Amber have been screaming at each other, have almost come to blows, basically do not like each other. And at one point, Elaine said, if you don't like it, then you represent yourself or something like that. So there's a lot of stuff coming out of the courtroom, and those guys have been on Legal Bites and Ricada and probably Emily Baker, and they'll probably be on there tonight. So if you want to check that out from inside the courtroom, keep track of all of those other channels as well. Everybody brings a little bit something different to the table. So whatever you like, whatever your flavor is, enjoy it and have fun with it. There was one other thing. Oh, so at the end, Amber Heard said, look me up when talking about, I don't know what happened to my dad's iPad, but she said, look me up. And everybody knows the jurors can't look up Amber Heard in the middle of the case. Yet that's literally what she asks the jurors to do, which I would ask for an instruction again. And sometimes you feel like a baby, or like at school, or you're tattling, or you're asking the teacher to do a million things when you keep coming to the judge and asking them for instructions or asking the judge to do things, but that's really their job throughout a trial. So it is important. And you have to do it if it's the interest of justice, correct misleading information from getting to the jury. All right. Yeah, Bodie, I answered what the DUI guy said. So we got there. All right, let's get some of these other questions. Ray, I think they are letting her blather on so they are sensitive to other victims and don't want to appear to badger the witness. Yeah. Meant to say badger a victim. Right. No, I agree. And we kind of talked about that as to you take that risk. How hard do you want to go at somebody who is an alleged victim of domestic abuse? Didn't the guy from the ACLU say that he had to pull his name out of the article that she submitted? Yes. He said, and that's the hard part with all this evidence to impeach her with, right? He said the first iteration she wrote a really bad one in the middle, and a really soft one, and they went with the one in the middle, but the really bad one had Johnny Depp's name in it. We'll either see money if they win. I mean, if Amber wins, Johnny Depp's more collectible than she is. If Johnny wins, he'll probably see something. I don't know if he'll see the entirety of it. I think he wants the vindication and the verdict more than the money. Michelle Waters, or Waters. Amber Heard states that she financially is self-sufficient, but she and her friends lived rent-free in the 4 condos. Yeah. And she wanted to change the locks. I mean, she had a lot of weird testimony when it came to finances. Same thing with the divorce settlement. Now, it's not about the money. I want to donate it all, but then she kept most of it. Just things that go to credibility. About audio where JD wants to leave, Dr. Kirk Honda has video reactions to the trial. He explains how people with BPD would feel actual panic and pain when they are being abandoned. Feel sorry for her. Thank you, Harzi. NKS, her biggest hit was the donation settlement. Camille skewered her on that and got under her skin badly. Yeah. I don't know why you can't just say, yes, Aquaman's my biggest hit. Obviously, everybody knows that. Yes, it came out 3 days after the op-ed. That timeline is not going to look good for Amber Heard. And that's all Johnny Depp's lawyers were trying to set up. Michelle, missed the morning, unfortunately. What are your top 3 takeaways from Cross this morning? You probably got a lot of that from Pete and my dad already. My top 3 takeaways is Camille is doing a good job of impeaching her with exactly kind of how I said I would do it in Cross as well, with inconsistent statements from other people that testified, picture evidence that show no injuries at red carpets on James Court, and they literally played the same video, and pictures even Amber took, and then impeaching her with her own testimony and recordings or prior statements she's made in this trial or other depots or other trials. And that's what Camille's been doing. There's been some fighting back and forth and a lot of objections and a lot of bench conferences, but thank you so much, Pete and Mr. Tragos. Pete, what were you going to say earlier regarding Larry DUI guy's commentary in the courtroom? We got there. Cypher D. I used to want to be an actor. I've changed my mind. Now I want to be a lawyer. Cypher D. Lawyers have a lot of the same problems, unfortunately. R-Dub. I know P didn't see the Arias. I don't know. Everybody said I pronounced it wrong, but I don't know that. I haven't watched anything on that trial. But that witness was combative on cross too and did that look thing at the jury. Bad plan to mimic. Stacy, RN here. Allegedly being SA with a broken liquor bottle. She said she thought it was broken, but it wasn't actually broken. So, and losing control of bladder with vaginal bleeding without any medical record does not look good. A lot of this doesn't look good without medical records. Do you think it's been proven that she lied to get a TRO? They haven't really gotten into what evidence or testimony besides that picture that she had at the TRO, besides the mountain of evidence she said she had that made the judge agree with her. So, no, I wouldn't say that. I don't know if Pete and my dad answered some of these. If they did, I apologize for answering them twice. Thank you. The recordings and journal were recommended by the therapist so they could examine how they handle conflict after it was over. Lisa Mendez. Doesn't Elaine's editorializing and inappropriate comments to the jury make Ben Chu's expression to the jury seem like fair game? Yeah, probably. His expressions don't bother me as much. Dominic, again. Okay, my dad's back here. Hello.
I'm trying to figure out your earpods to work.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. They're working.
Okay. All right. So Dominic texted me again. I think it was kind of on this. Let me pull it back up. Oh, no, this was a little bit different. So, yeah, he was saying, and I've noticed it too, that Elaine saying thank you to the judge every time she wins an objection is inappropriate. We're taught that in law school. Don't say thank you when you win, because then it's giving an indication to the jury that you're winning. I've got to be honest. And I told Dominic, I've done that sometimes too. And he said, me too, with kind of a laughing face. He said, haha, same. Well, it is inappropriate from time to time, but I got to be honest. In our courtrooms, because Dom's in Tampa Bay area as well, this stuff doesn't fly. You don't make these long speaking objections and arguments in front of the jury. So if you're able to do that, I'm sure they don't care about you saying thank you if the judge rules in your favor, because you've already told the judge and the jury why you think it's admissible and why you think the jury is entitled to it, as Elaine says. So saying thank you is nothing.
I've got to just, as an example, again, federal courts, which are all over the country have federal courts. We have federal judges that only let you say the word objection.
Or they'll say objection form, objection hearsay, objection leading.
Else.
Right.
And what
you
the
can
judge
say
does,
one word.
Yeah, this one judge says, if I want to hear more from you, I will let you know. Otherwise, you just say that and I will rule. But otherwise, if you say anything else, he just nails you for saying anything other than the word objection or actually citing the rule, like Rule 404B. That's it. That's
Correct.
the end of it. Judge said,
that's
look,
the best
I'm
way,
smart enough to know what's going on.
Right. And you're not supposed to let the jury have any indication as to what's happening.
Right. Or show
Carrie's
displeasure with a ruling or anything like that. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah. Do not stomp away from a bench conference when you lose, or scoff. You don't want to do that. Carrie Sally, AH will just pledge the $50 million if she loses. I mean, that's a good one. I got to be honest. That's a good one. If Amber explains her perspective when asked a yes or no closed-ended question, can't the prosecution call her out, the plaintiff, call her out and the judge for being non-responsive? No, they have to be able to explain their answer. Even though it sounds like a yes or no answer, giving a little context is allowed. The judge will allow that. If Amber loses, I'm sure Elon Musk will help her. That'd be nice for Johnny Depp if he got to collect. Who cares who pays the bill? Same thing with the ACLU. They don't care who pays. Carrie Barton. She keeps talking over Camille. Does this look bad for her with the jury? I mean, I think it depends
Yeah,
on the jury.
Camille does that too sometimes. Camille will talk over Amber's answer as well. It really kind of goes both ways, and frankly, it doesn't look good either way. You
I
really
agree.
should let an answer be complete, or you should let a question be complete.
Yeah, but you've got to cut off the answer sometimes in cross. Like, there's no
Well,
doubt she should cut her off a few times.
Oh yeah, you do. You can.
Suspicious that most of her bruises are right there on that cheekbone. What's more suspicious is that the one day that she ever has had that she doesn't put on makeup because her best friend told her not to is the one day that she goes to the courthouse, and the one day the paparazzi photograph her, and the one day we actually have documented evidence of bruising on her face. That is the only day in the history of their relationship where he brutally abused her over and over again.
Well, you got the cuts on the
Scarring, not cuts. We never see
Yeah.
him bleeding.
cuts on the arm.
Tracy Mesmer, not sure if true, but she said her mom died April 1st, 2020, and it's going to run on the internet that she actually died May 3rd of 2020. Can you confirm? I don't know when her mom died. I'm not sure. I'm sure there will be investigators on the internet finding it out. Our counsel, why can't they bring in the audio from Australia? She's lying that she didn't take drugs on that occasion. She admits it. Well, we'll see. It's not over yet. I think they've got a lot more to go on cross. I don't think we're going to finish cross today. Fnizzle Whoop. Do you tend to notice an increased interest in your profession in the months following high-profile trials like this one? Definitely. I mean, this is also like the most watched trial ever. Literally, I don't think there's ever been a trial watched this much or that had this much interest. So yeah, the interest in our profession and around my friend circles and stuff, everybody asking about this case, talking about this case, for sure it bumps.
Think about the OJ trial.
Yeah, but still nowhere near this, just because the internet wasn't as big.
Right, I know.
Nikos Storavas. Hello from Greece. You guys are awesome. What is this, Kalimera? What is this?
Kalimera, yeah.
I don't read Greek.
It's good day.
Yeah, I don't speak or read Greek. Just posted clear demo that the two photos are identical. Yeah, a bunch of people were saying those two photos just superimpose on each other, like the piece of her hair doesn't move. Thank you, Sylvia. R8219. That comment, yes, she sounded very much like a person with unmanaged BPD showing full-on rejection, sensitivity, and projection. Impact if she fires her lawyers before the end of trial, Michael, not going to happen. The judge won't allow it. It's impossible. No other lawyer could come and prep for it. We would, unless she's willing to pay all of Johnny's lawyers and costs and everything to redo this trial, it's not going to happen. Stacy Hellman. I hate you. Don't leave me. Book about BPD AH to a T. Sylvia S. Tragos Law is doing a great job covering this testimony live. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, Sylvia. And on that note, let's bring up our Tragos Law bingo here, because I know at least one more got checked off. Eye rolls at a question. Definitely was checked off. Juror gets dismissed. No. Confesses anew. I thought there was one other thing. Thought there was, oh, she admits to the, so I'm going to cross this off because she definitely admits that James Franco came up to her penthouse apartment in the elevator at 11 o'clock at night with his backpack on. I'm crossing this one off. And we have our first bingo here. Our first bingo across the side. We're going to keep looking at it just to see how many boxes get checked off throughout the entirety of cross.
But Peter, what is Amber confesses using a new drug as opposed to an old
I don't
drug?
really know. I don't really know what she meant by that, but I think it's, I don't know, like a different drug, I guess, than MDMA.
I would check that one because she's
admitted plenty of drugs. Sure, let's do it. Let's just check all these off. I think we've gotten into that topic area. We've actually also, I'm going to check this one off too. I'm just going crazy. I'm getting liberal with these X's because she asked her about editing the video or editing that picture, putting a, what did she call it? A filter or whatever on that picture and making it look like using the saturation to make it look more red. So we talked about that. We haven't seen any crying.
How about this Milani makeup gets brought up?
No, because that's a specific makeup that didn't come out till 2017 that they used in opening. We haven't really talked about that yet. I don't really think I would categorize anything as Amber screaming yet. Have you?
No.
Ben Chu came close, but I'm not going to say he did a fist bump yet. Provides new evidence to prove a claim. I don't think she provided new evidence, but definitely it seems like on direct she provided a lot of new stuff.
Well, no, you say that, but she did say, she had a picture, although it was never produced in evidence.
You're right.
She had a picture.
Absolutely. Whoops, those were horrible X's. My OCD is not going to allow me to leave that. Yeah, good point. All right, so we're knocking stuff out left and right here. Some people will probably disagree with.
We'll never do the upper left one though. You made that one too limited.
Correct. That one is definitely too limited. And I think if she was going to get to the father's abuse, she would have already done it. So we're probably not going to see that.
And none of these recordings were secret. That we had all these recordings. Everybody knew they were being recorded.
Oh no, the one when he's slamming the dishes around and stuff in the cabinets in the kitchen, that's a secret recording, and he even gets mad at it and throws the phone. But I don't think she's admitted, because I don't think she's admitted to secretly recording him yet. At least I haven't heard that. So yeah, we'll keep looking at it as cross goes. It looks like we're about to get another bingo here. Johnny has gummy bears. I haven't seen the gummy bears. I'm going to look closer now and see if we can see any gummy bears on the table. There is a photo of Amber Heard with bruises on her knuckles. Should that be shown to the jury? Haley, for what purpose? To show that she did that by beating him up? I think we'd need more context, or she would just say, yeah, that was from Johnny hitting me or dragging me across the floor, or hitting me against the wall, or whatever it may be. Our counsel, the cuts on her arms. Ben King testified that they appeared at the end of the flight to LA from Australia. He describes the 3 uniform marks appearing. Okay. He would know because he was there, right? Ron Berner, at the appropriate time, please share with us a couple things you admire about the other personally and professionally. You guys are an amazing team. I'll answer the rest of these questions, then we can do that. Paige CM, if she and her lawyers are having trouble, it now makes sense why Amber just started exiting through the door at the end of the day. Interesting. Views from the courtroom. Desiree Anchetta, does Amber Heard's tweet with the article suffice to dismiss the statement that was taken under advisement during their motion to strike the case ownership? No. You mean the part that she didn't rule on, just that title? I'm not sure. Now that we've gotten into the tweet and the testimony, when they'll re-bring up that motion to strike will be after they close their case in chief. So they have another opportunity to make all those same mid-trial and post-trial motions. So that's when they'll bring it up. Previous moment for Pop and Pete, they didn't know why someone would record all this junk. Would you both give your best estimate of JD winning his defamation case as it stands, bearing in mind the difficult legal technicalities involved? What percentage would you put on it for Bally?
I think JD is a good 60 to 70%.
That's where I've been most of the trial. Is after his case in chief, I've said somewhere between 60 and 70%. So we're right in line.
What do you know?
All right, let's answer Ron Berner's question now. A couple of things you admire about the other personally and professionally. So, Rich wants me to hide that. Okay, so personally and professionally. So one of the best things in life to have and to be, in my opinion, is a good decision maker. And my dad's a good decision maker. I watched his whole life make good decisions, something I learned from him, something I pride myself on and try to teach to my kids. He was always honest, always hardworking, always had fun. He was able to, like, people ask me how I leave work at work and come home. He did that always, never felt like there was an issue ever at home. So I've learned a lot about that and a lot about being a lawyer and how to deal with being a lawyer from him. I'm saying things that I specifically learned and admired: confidence, which I try to, inherit and invest in. I think he, because of the confidence, because of the preparation, at trial is easy for him because it comes naturally when you're prepared and when you're confident and you go in there and you do your thing. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. And he had a lot of experience at it and did really great at it. So professionally, definitely trial work is something that I admire.
Okay, now my back. Number one, Peter's got a better personality than I do. He's much more likable. He is. He's much more. I am very I am a cold, methodical person in
I get that from my
trial and
mom.
professional. But in life, he is far more personable, far more likable. And I can tell you that he works really hard, and I really admired his work ethic and technology. He has really brought the firm into the 22nd century here, and he's done that really all on his own. The other is he's strong-willed, and he has stood up to me many times, which bothers me, but he normally is right when he really gets his back up. So the fact that he sticks to his principles, I'm really proud of that.
Thank you. That was a fun moment on the show. Sylvia Radesky, thank you. Let's do another fun one here. Actually, we'll save that. Let's get through the Johnny Depp one first. I think Johnny has such class that if he wins, it would be great if he donates, not pledges, the balance of the 6.8 million to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital. I do think that'd be great, Patty. And I think
I don't think he's going to give it to the ACLU. I don't
not
think
the ACLU. No.
Uh-uh.
But I mean, if he actually donated it to a charity of his choice, I think that'd be great. Maybe like to raise awareness for males as victims of domestic violence. That's probably what he'd do. He'd probably start a charity with it. That's what I'd do if I was him. Johnny got a new film playing Louis the 14th. Is that what? Or no, 15th. Louis the 15th. I was at the mall for my daughter's birthday yesterday, and there's a huge cologne advertisement with Johnny on it. Like it looks brand new at the front of, I think it was Macy's. So I think he's doing okay now in the court of public.
That's gonna hurt his damages.
Well, he's coming back now because of the trial. Tyler Davis, I didn't assault him ever. Impeach. I don't think she said that. I agree. I think if one loses, they both should lose. JJO said. Sorry if repeat. Will Washington Post retract the op-ed if Johnny Depp wins? I don't know. They won't be forced to, but they might. My point was only that the injuries shown on the red carpet by defense, Ben King alluded to self-made during the prep for landing. I'd link that. Yeah. Any way she can impeach Amber with previously sworn statements from other witnesses at this trial, then that's fair game. NKS, she not realize that she has to come off as likable to the jury? Does she not realize that? The snark and jabs at Johnny's addiction not helping, cleaner answers would help. Yeah, I mean, being likable is always good, right? Especially for a witness that's a party in the case. Ron Berner, that was beautiful to hear amidst all the ugliness. Thanks. Kudos to you, gentlemen. Very admirable. You got a friend in me. Thanks, Ron. Wayne Lang with the super sticker. Thanks, buddy. First ever member to our YouTube page is Wayne Lang. Terry Kovac, probably. Regardless, in the long run, do you think this hurts Amber Heard or Johnny Depp's career more? Definitely Amber Heard.
Oh, absolutely hurts Amber Heard's career more. Absolutely.
Not taking sides, George. What if the JD fan support affects justice in case Amber Heard was really a victim of at least one DA incident, the op-ed?
You know, it's funny. I did think the same thing. Well, I was thinking, what if she's telling the truth, but she just comes off as such a liar? You know,
of course, that's what scares all of us.
That bothers me. I think about the same thing. How awful if she's really telling the truth and she's just such a horrible witness. I thought the same thing, but you know, you can't go with that. You have to believe it does, but you have to believe in the system. You've got to believe that cross-examination is a search for the truth, and that you've got to be able to stand up to cross-examination if you want the truth to come out. But I got to be honest with you. In the back of my mind, I thought the same thing. What if?
I did too, but I think that she can be a victim of one instance of it and still feel like she was lying and blowing it up just to hurt him because of all the recordings, all the other testimony, all the other eyewitnesses, all the pictures she has, and we don't have anything that really corroborates it, which is tough for me to buy. It's tough. So I'm feeling more comfortable with my lean, but I agree with you because and that's why I said while she was testifying on direct of the abuse, it's excruciating and it's horrible if it's true. Horrible. Tanya Ibarra, thank you both for taking the time to do this. I appreciate you, and I'm in awe of both of you. Makes my heart warm to see beautiful father-son relationship. Thank you. I hope they point out the mug Amber Heard held in the secret recording in the kitchen was also in both the alleged staged drug photos she states are Johnny's, and sadly, as a DVSA survivor myself, most of her stories do not add up. I agree with you, Paige. I don't think they add up. Those are the kind of nitpicks that we can, when we're just sitting here for days just talking about the case, we can do these nitpicks. But when you have a limited time of cross-examination, what are you really going to get out of that? Okay, it was the same mug. She could say it was my favorite mug.
It's interesting that Paige would say that because she's a survivor herself, and she looks at the testimony and sees it the same way we do.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Matthew RN, thanks for answering my email, Peter. You guys are doing a great job. Love listening to you. Thank you. Yes, I try to answer all the emails people email in because, like I've said from the jump, we are real lawyers, and we help a lot of people all across the country. We do car accidents, slip and fall, wrongful death, catastrophic injury cases, and criminal defense. And a lot of people email in of things that are of that nature. And we've signed some cases, some car accidents, some injury cases all over the place from YouTube. And then a lot of people email in with questions that are not on those cases. And I still try to answer it. Some people like Matthew, I'm not even sure which email was his based on this, but some people just email in to say, hey, thanks, or hey, I'm going to law school. You have any advice? And I respond with that. I respond to as many emails as I possibly can, as quickly as I possibly can. So if you guys have questions specifically to you or about your schooling or your career or your case, email lawyeruknow@gmail.com. We can't give legal advice on the channel. Amber said she never assaulted Johnny. Go listen, Charlie said. Okay. I each juror, sometimes this is interesting too, has to rely on their own recollection. So maybe if you heard her say that, then you'd be like, she's a liar. I remember, she keeps saying she admits to hitting him. So that's my recollection, at least. Kristen Powers, thank you. Can they use her begging and pleading as BPD when they said she didn't have that particular disorder? I think they're going to need Dr. Curry to testify to that. John Failner, in your opinion, unofficially, how much of an uphill battle does Amber Heard's team have on redirect? What do you think?
They've got a tough. It's going to be tough. There's things they can use, but I don't know if they're going to be able to combat all the really good punches that were thrown during cross-examination, because she's tried to explain those answers. She's just going to repeat herself on direct, trying to explain those answers. And I don't know if repeating herself is going to do her any good.
I think some of the context that Amber Heard has gotten out on her own during cross would be good to kind of repeat on redirect, or kind of go through in more of a full explanation where she's not getting cut off. And I do think she can explain some of that, but it's definitely an uphill battle because a lot of Camille's questions are like, you don't have this evidence, and it's not like they're going to come up with it on redirect. All right. John Palermo wants to know, what brand of golf clubs do you and your pops use? You want to go first?
Yeah. Peter, what are mine? Those M2s, those TaylorMades?
TaylorMades. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he plays TaylorMade. I play Mizuno JPX 900 irons. I play Titleist wedges, and I play TaylorMade driver, the Stealth driver. But I'm in the market for some new irons. So if anybody has any suggestions on what the best irons are, let me know, because I'm in the market. Dieter Bastian says, I hope we see Peter as Jack Sparrow. It just fits. She is referencing if we get to 100,000 subscribers before the end of the trial, I will be doing a video dressed like Jack Sparrow. So if we get there, fate will decide. As Uhtred said, fate is all. Best people to judge SA and DV are real victims. They see a lot more than normal people. I actually think for this case and for this jury, they are the perfect jurors, because both clients and both people are alleging to be victims. I think sometimes when only one is alleging to be the victim and one is clearly being called the abused, it can be difficult for them to not see their abuser in the abused, depending on the person. Everybody has a different story, so you can't just blanket cover everybody. But I do think this would be a good trial for survivors of that abuse. Our counsel, the stage table, Amber's table, story of her sister, photo of Rocky, this is my morning. Technically, that's an admission, and no Johnny anywhere. Yeah, and she got into that. You have no pictures of actually Johnny doing drugs or Johnny and drugs. NKS 432. How much does the donation falsehood hurt Amber? The fact that she had money for 13 months before being sued and didn't pay up? I don't think that's been clearly established. I think that was kind of muddy as Camille went through. Well, you had the money, but you didn't give it.
Well, I think the purpose of it really was that she tries to create a false persona with the public, that she's this, this person that just gives and gives and gives of herself.
Yeah.
And that, the fact that it was just, she was just false about it. She just tried to deceive the public into saying she's such a charitable person. And that's what they want to do, is say this, her public face is totally false.
Especially after accusing Johnny and his PR machine.
Right.
Tatter234. Everyone should Google what someone looks like after being punched in the face, let alone several times in the face. Keep up the great work, guys. Thank you. Can the jury view court transcripts later if necessary when trying to determine a verdict? I have had them request them. The judge has never said yes. Have you ever had the judge say yes?
Yes, I have had in a really, really, really long, like a trial. I've been in trials that lasted 4 to 6 months, for instance. In a really long trial, if there was a key piece of testimony, sometimes the judge will, as long as, again, both sides normally will agree, and it gets the cross and the direct, so they get the entire testimony of that one witness. I have seen judges allow the entire testimony of one witness to go back for them to refresh what that witness said. It's very, very rare, but I have had it happen.
Yeah, it's possible, but unlikely.
All right.
Could happen
in this case. I don't think it's likely in this case.
It could, because it's long, but I don't know. And Johnny Depp's like, I'll pay for it if they want it, then maybe. Eric McDowell, you guys are the best. Thank you for hosting this. Absolutely, Eric. Thanks for being here, buddy. I see my abuser in both, Mo said. The drug part in Johnny, the emotional and physical abuse in Amber, which is why I think, that would be understandable if you were a juror. You'd come in saying, I can see some abusive attributes in both of them, and then you'd be able to take the evidence and make your decision based on the evidence, not just on your experience. TRO pick has redness from zit. If you zoom in, you can see it. That'll be up to the defense to point out, Shauna, and the jury to decide. I see you as a Game of Thrones character more than Jack Sparrow, but that's just me, Michelle Wood said. I think the Jack Sparrow thing probably comes out because we're talking about the Johnny Depp trial, but I actually have never seen Game of Thrones, which I know a lot of people are going to shun me for, but I've never seen it. But I do love Last Kingdom is like one of my favorite shows on Netflix now, and everybody says Game of Thrones is like a better version of that. Serena NC, thank you. Sharon Bodymead. On the doctor's record shown yesterday, it had previous conditions on it, but Amber said the nurse was lying. Correct. I don't know how you get around that. It's like, okay, so the nurse was lying in her treatment notes. Sarah Van Tunen, thank you for joining. Ruth Hazel, can jurors make notes throughout trial?
Depends on the rules. I don't know what Virginia. In Florida, you can now. Used to be no, but in Florida now, jurors can make notes.
Yeah, usually they can, but sometimes they don't let them take them back with them. It's really interesting. They usually have to leave their notepads throughout the trial. They can't take them back with them and review. Somebody else just texted me a question. Is the jury allowed to talk amongst themselves, or do they have to wait until after closing? They're allowed to talk amongst themselves, but not about the case. They can't take votes or say, could you believe what she said, or stuff like that. They can't do that throughout the trial. They have to wait until the end to kind of get together and talk about the case. Thank you, Cordoba 82. I guess, is that the same in every jurisdiction? I guess that's our jurisdiction. I don't know that that's the same in every jurisdiction.
I don't know if it is.
All that
federal cases, in federal cases, that's across the country. They can't take notes.
No. But I was talking about, in other jurisdictions, can the jurors discuss the case before it's time to deliberate? I wouldn't think so.
No.
Right. I know not in federal court and in Florida, but I don't know about some other.
No, they can't. It's all jurisdictions.
New article says Jerry Bruckheimer waiting to see the result of trial if Depp would be part of Pirates. Does that show effects on his career? It's probably not going to come in, so I don't think it's going to be considered by the jury. But it could. It could. George, I'm not a lawyer. I see Ben Chu and you stay so calm throughout the trial. How do you train that? I need that skill in my life. How do you train staying calm?
I don't know, but yes, you're absolutely right. You've got to stay calm.
I think it's preparation.
Otherwise you'll miss something because your emotions will get in a way of hearing an answer, because you got to make sure you're listening. You got to make sure you know what you're doing. You got to make sure you're thinking. You can't lose your temper. You can't do any of the things that we all know as human beings, we go through life. You lose your temper, you let emotion get away with you, you make mistakes. And therefore you've got to, avoid those mistakes. You've got to stay calm.
Yeah, I think it comes with preparation personally. That's the way you stay calm. Nobody stays calm when they have no clue what they're talking about. Alicia Daniels, is Amber looking directly at the jury? She keeps looking over to the right and it's unnerving. If I was the jury, I wouldn't appreciate that. Yes, that's where the jury is sitting, to her right. Puninator, could JD's team be putting up a strategy which makes him look best publicly before the court appearance because that's what he wants more? Could be. And I think he's doing that at this point. It could be. And Ben Chu's argument during the motion to strike in the middle of trial, that was, as Rottenborn said, wasn't for anybody in the courtroom because it didn't matter, but he was maybe doing it for the cameras potentially. And I think they're definitely putting on a battle for the court of public opinion.
And frankly, honestly, Johnny Depp doesn't look fake sitting there. He looks like the Johnny Depp we see every day. All the, the rings, the hair, the outfit, the dress, everything. He looks like Johnny Depp.
Yeah, and I think his testimony sound like his testimony and how he sounds in the recordings. Now, listen, obviously he gets angry at some of them, but that sounds the same. Drawn out, slow, verbose. That's kind of how he talks. Amber Heard sounds way different on the stand than she does in all of the recordings, in my opinion, which is another knock against credibility. Don't you think?
I agree. Now you're absolutely right. The person that's on those tapes was not the person on the witness stand.
Exactly. And I think that's a big point of when we get to credibility, that's what it comes down to. It really comes down to credibility. Yeah. Do you have anything that makes you not believe them? If you've got to pick a side, which side are you going to pick and why? I think that's really, really important in a case like this where it's a he said, she said, or as I said before, a she said, we said, because it seems like all the other witnesses and testimony are not lining up with what Amber Heard's testifying to. Our counsel, thank you for doing these lives. The most interesting days of watching so far. Thank you. As a psych, I want to help Amber after she accepts responsibility. And I think that's a big deal as well, as Johnny is seen as accepting responsibility for at least his issues with drugs and alcohol and being mean to her and saying mean things to her and leaving. And he's accepting at least some responsibility. She's accepting responsibility for hitting him. But then she says it was in retaliation. It was in reaction. I was protecting my sister because he was going to abuse her too. So I don't feel like she has fully accepted responsibility on just about anything throughout the trial. What have you thought?
She has an excuse for everything. She has an explanation for everything. Her problem is going to be, they're going to put down all her explanations and everything she said. And then it's going to mean, in order to believe her, you've got to disbelieve the photographs. You got to disbelieve the tapes. You've got to disbelieve her prior statements. You got to disbelieve all these other witnesses. You've got to disbelieve the police officers. All of that stuff. It's hard to sell a jury that you're the only one telling the truth and everybody else is lying.
Yeah.
Including the physical evidence. No medical evidence.
Court is back, so let's bring it in. They're back up at sidebar, discussing the next set of evidence that they're trying to bring in. Doug D said in the majority of the recordings, AH is the aggressor, and even admitting to being the aggressor or starting the fights. I agree with you.
Peter, did you say that courtroom was full, that there weren't empty seats?
There usually are not, but I think the first row on each side is for the legal teams. So I don't know if there's some empty seats there. But there are the YouTube guys that are there are waiting in lines like the night before to try to get in. So I think they are full. Tragos times 2, very entertaining. Great legal analysis. Thank you. This beautiful journey. John Palermo, does foundation come into play in Cross? To stop Amber Heard from rambling, could Camille Vasquez rearrange her line of questioning to minimize? Foundation would only be if Camille asks a question to Amber that she wouldn't know the answer to, and Elaine would object and say she doesn't have the foundation as to how Amber would even know that answer. That's how foundation would come over and Cross. Senzubin. This case is basically unmissable. Do you think the jury would get a little influenced by outside source, even if they try to stay away from it? Probably, as much as you hope they don't. Melissa Shelton. As a person that has experienced DV, I never once taunted my ex like she does in her recordings. That's dangerous. And my other guess is you probably never gave him a big knife, which Camille brought out during cross. I mean, I think those things are legitimate. You know, I do. I think those things are legitimate skepticism for this situation. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I do. Let me ask you, did you see the jury selection?
No.
I'm wondering if they asked those people on the jury if any of them have been the victim of domestic violence.
Yes, they did.
Oh, they did? Okay.
I don't know the answers, but yes, they did. And I know it's predominantly a male jury. And it's like 20s to 40s, I think, were the ages of the jurors.
Because it seems like all of the people that are listening, all of our people who have been the victim of domestic violence, all of them question her whether or not she is credible or not.
And a lot of them are females, and a lot of
Right.
them are saying that when females look at another female saying it and they don't believe her, that they are even harsher. That this is coming from the female viewers here that have written in.
Right. And I know I've noticed
me.
that from the questions, because, you know, like the last one, you know, if you're the victim of a domestic violence, you don't taunt your like she was doing in that last tape. I mean, she was begging to be punched and beaten up. The way she was talking to him and screaming at him, and the things she was saying to him, she didn't seem like she was in any kind of fear at all in that tape, which I'm sure was the point.
Finizzle Whoop, random question. Do you know of any case where a single member of the jury has swayed all the others, as happens in 12 Angry Men? So I don't know that for a fact off the top of my head that it actually happened like that. Do you?
Well, you can't know it because you don't know what jury deliberations are like.
Sometimes they talk. I've talked to juries after some of my trials.
Well, the ones I've talked to, that it hasn't happened.
Right.
But, you know, you've had situations where jurors were out for days and days. So there must be a lot of conflict if they're out for days and days.
Correct. Yeah. But I mean, literally just everybody having the same vote except one person, I think is probably unlikely for that jury to completely flip. For them to have the patience and time to do that, I'd be very surprised. But it's definitely possible. I think it's more likely that a juror or two gets flipped from when they originally came in, what their vote was.
Or it goes the other way around too, is that the one juror, again, going to criminal cases, the one not guilty juror and the 12 guilties, because it has to be unanimous, I think it might be more likely that they might be convinced to go not guilty.
Yeah,
because
but
otherwise
I still think it's
they'll stay
unlikely
out
that
forever.
I think it's
I do.
unlikely.
It's very unlikely. Yeah, that's why 12 Angry Men was such a good movie.
Our counsel, I would end the cross with her 2016 deposition. 2022 Amber is not accurate representation of the belligerent, fiery, aggressive woman that got a TRO. I definitely think they're going to try to get into it more, as we said, you know, prepping for the cross and stuff. I think they're going to try to get into that video depo as much as possible.
See now,
Jody,
take a look right now. You'll see John, they're laughing. They're having a good time there at the plaintiff's table.
Jody
Go ahead.
Engen, Amber Heard abuser, did not think Johnny was man enough to call her out and go public. Johnny Depp, you are the man. Amber Heard, ACLU ambassador exposed. What a disgrace. Haney, just now getting on. Thank you for doing this update on how the trial is going. I will try to give as much of an update as I can before they start. Camille has impeached Amber Heard with testimony of other witnesses at this trial, testimony of other witnesses outside the trial, headlines on Twitter and articles writing scathing reviews of justice for Johnny and horrible things about Amber, with her own testimony recorded on these recordings and in this trial on direct where she is contradicting herself. She has brought in the fact that there are no pictures of real injuries and how Amber probably put a saturation editor on it. She's brought out pictures of her on the red carpet that show no injuries just the next day after some of these brutal injuries or brutal beatings that Amber describes. A photo shoot on the beach showing a lot of skin with no bruising and no cutting anywhere on her face or on her body. So she's doing a good job with that. But Amber is explaining away and excusing all her bad conduct by saying, you know, I did this because I knew he was going on a bender. I did this because I loved Johnny. I did this because I was trying to keep it private. This was the only day I didn't have makeup on. For a full recap, join tonight. I am going to do a recap of today's cross tonight. It's for a short recap for those of you who couldn't sit with us all day. Thank you, Haney, for the super chat, though. Gets us up to date. Now let's go.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A? Ms. Hurd, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
Already stopping again. Couldn't get one bite in. Do you think we will hear from Kate Moss about the accusation JD kicked her down the stairs? She did not say JD kicked her down the stairs. She said, I saw the stairs. I saw my sister. I saw Johnny. And all I thought was Kate Moss. Was your grandfather an Olympian for Greece?
Not my grandfather, but my father-in-law.
I think they're talking to me.
Oh,
so that would, yes, be my grandfather.
Oh, that's true. They're talking to you, yeah.
I thought you were going to answer. Do you want to answer?
Oh, the answer is yes, but not for Greece, for the United States.
And it was a jiu-jitsu or what? Wrestling?
Greco-Roman wrestling.
Okay. Leo Thalassides was his name. If you want to look him up, there's somebody to Google. Leo Thalassides. BPD looks like I love you. Don't leave. Now F off. Amber Heard's behavior, text, recordings throughout the relationship with Johnny Depp. That's what it looks like. Sir Murph. I hear Johnny Depp being described as in a blackout when he was sitting on the couch asleep. Medically speaking, there is a large difference between the two. Why wouldn't they point that out? I think they are trying to point that out on a common sense point of view. But one of the other things I think is interesting is he's taking so much drugs and drinking so much alcohol that he's blacking out, according to them, but he's also able to just physically manhandle her all the time. I think that's a bit contradictory as well. What do you think? Would you call a medical expert to try to show this stuff or what?
Well, I don't know if
matter. I think that they are totally conceding the fact that he had a drug problem and an alcohol problem. I don't think that that's really being contested. I really don't think they're making that an issue, but they're saying that there's no evidence of him being violent. There's no evidence of him hurting anybody. I mean, a guy who passes out and falls asleep on the couch isn't exactly a violent guy. So I think they're kind of conceding the fact that he had periods of bad drug use, but that never resulted in any violence.
Right. I
They really
agree
can't-
with you.
Yeah, they can't really argue that he wasn't taking a lot of drugs.
Right. I agree with you, but I think it kind of cuts against them as well, because usually people that are passed out are not violent. Obviously they could get
Right.
violent before they pass out, but she's talking about him doing, so many different kinds of drugs that it's hard to even have an indication or a medical diagnosis of what that would be. That's
Right.
the interesting thing, is what is the reaction to what drug? Because she's so vague, and like he's always on cocaine and MDMA and drinking alcohol.
Plus,
and
it's tough to find out how a person is going to be on a combination of drugs. How they're going to react
Right.
to 2 or 3 different
And
drugs
if we
in their
can please
system.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C. And go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Hurd, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Hurd's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hurd, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
that's called
They released me
speculative
from the
damages,
contract,
which you cannot
and
get.
I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended
And-
it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to.
You can't
look at his
avoid
statements
it
every day.
to a jury that's supposed to
And you
literally
testified
avoid
that you
it.
just want to move on with your life, right?
I don't like what she's intimating.
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266. It's right there.
Your microphone. Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to me
Okay.
before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
Camille's like, it's right there.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Hurd?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
Check the relevance.
The objection, I'm sorry, what's the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence.
What a day we're in that tweets are coming in as evidence in trial.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26, 2021, right?
Not
That's what
great.
it looks like, yes.
Taking
This is
shots at
after
everybody.
he made the statement you claim, the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
Nasty.
Put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
had to
on level
stop.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
Still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a
She's
break on
explaining
hiking for a minute.
Well,
You have
why
friends,
her
right?
life hasn't changed.
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself.
Are we getting
and
close to the
that
end?
included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely.
I
If it
think
meant
so. I don't think she's going to go past
a
today.
difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would. You
That's
bet.
your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, when he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right,
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 129:27 to 130:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If you may, if I may.
Okay,
Hold on just for a
sure.
moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one?
It feels like based on these quick hitting questions that we're getting close to the end. It's just a feeling I get. Could be wrong, but I think we may finish today as well.
No, I do think you're right, and I think she's
Except
smart
for
to
now,
finish
we'll
today.
Double check our notes on that because there was one that
With-
had
with
something
one
in that-
exception.
that couldn't go, and I just can't
All
find my notes.
That
on
is
We'll just call it
giving her
356
overnight to
for
see if
now.
there's
Okay,
anything
thank
she
you, Your Honor.
missed.
Could you just give me
Right,
the-
exactly.
only
Yeah,
thing
I
I
would
would do.
finish
Yes, of course.
right at the end of the day. Right.
129:27 to 130:07.
Right, all right.
And then you'd have the
Told that
night
we
to
already have a
review
B,
your
so we have
notes.
356C.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I win this. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. Me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Hurd, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote, correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation.
I don't think that was a great
yesterday.
impeachment with that recording.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
If we could please play.
Another person lying.
I checked and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 705 to 743.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking participate.
I pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right
Finally,
thing,
that's the
big
impeachment she
thing.
wants.
You
I did
know what?
start a
You are
physical fight.
admirable.
She admitted it right there in the recording.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368?
Why didn't she bring up the fact that she said I
Again,
started a
Your Honor,
physical
this
fight?
is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd.
That was the whole impeachment, I thought.
For the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so. No.
Man,
All right, no objection.
I thought that was a great
368 in
impeachment
evidence.
there where she said I start physical fights.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened. And, you know, you just kept going. You just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't, you know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that. I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, yeah, more open, so that it would hit me, and it hit
No,
me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the front.
Well, we have a scraped
But I
toes
did not
admission.
mean to do that. I don't know what
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that I don't even. That did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes. I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
so let's say that was an accident. I
mean,
then stood up. I don't even know if I said. I mean, I might have said like, "What the fuck," you know, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up, and then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to.
I didn't.
Tell me why people tape this
I
stuff.
meant to hit you.
I don't understand this tape.
I did not do this thing with the door.
They
I
both
do-
testified they did it for their relationship, like
you
somebody
didn't
told
mean-
them to a counselor or
The
something.
door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Dan, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right,
Incorrect.
Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
detail.
Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And
And
I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
You've heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed. in
She's
2016 in
trying
connection
to
with
get
divorce
into the
case.
UK
Yeah, wasn't it?
case.
That's
And she's
one of the
getting
times I've
annoyed.
heard it, yes.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm going to
Your-
play to
Your Honor?
you
Okay.
as cue.
All right. Oh, if you want to come.
All right, for everybody that didn't see my post, look at the gummy bears right there on the desk. Confirmed they must be playing Tragos Law Bingo because there's another box that we will check at the next break. All right, let me get to a couple quick questions here. Doug D said, still no physical evidence JD abused AH. Yes, candy on the desk from Deborah B. Beverly Alford, the conciliary knows his stuff. DUI guy tweet from the courtroom. JD's camp appears to be in a happy and relaxed mood, almost cheerful. AH in comparison is more somber, tense, and nervous. Seems very clear that's how it's rolling. Thanks, Beverly. Nicholas Stero, does AH being so extremely composed now speak against her emotions during the testimony? Depends on how the jury sees it. Thank you, Bessie. I agree with this. At one point, she says, just you heard it yourself on the recording. Just listen to the recording. And then April, she keeps trying to tell us what the recording says is not true. So which is it? AH produced no genuine emotional distress when asked to recall how this all affected her emotion by Elaine. I agree. And I think she did not catch that that's what Camille was doing in that line of questioning, was to say, you have no emotional damages. This is not $100 million case, even if you were to win.
So I will. So
She's
Your
like,
Honor,
relax,
for
Elaine. I'll get it to
and
you.
I'll provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right, I think,
Okay, I have a copy.
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the, oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I have.
12, line 12.
All right, 372.
If we could have a moment, Your Honor, to read it before it's played.
Look at Elaine's table. What a mess. You know, and it's not like she doesn't have help. She's got other lawyers there that could be helping her.
Elaine's going to take her sweet time here, I guess.
Okay.
I still don't think it's an impeachment, Your Honor, after reading it.
I'll overrule objection, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we can please have it published to the jury in the gallery.
All right.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please?
See if she rolls her eyes and has a different demeanor. That's probably what they're trying to get out with this video depo.
Your Honor, maybe we stop there.
They do not want this to come in because everybody's been talking about how horrible Amber Heard has looked on this depo, rolling her eyes, looking smug. So I haven't watched it, but we'll see if they're if they get any of that in here, which I'm sure they've been trying to do. The jury in the court case right now is general public, who are the ones who decide the final verdict, or is it actual senators who have been appointed to this position? Eagles lair, it is the jurors who are jurors of their peers. We can't hear Camille because she's not at a mic right now.
They can do it through reading the deposition, Your Honor. They don't need to do that.
See, they don't want them to play the video. They want them to read what she says. Big distinction.
In Florida, they play the video because the transcript is not really the evidence, but the actual recording is the
The
evidence.
best evidence, right? It's what's
That's
the
right.
best evidence. Oh, I hope they play the video here and don't read the transcript. But see, I think some of these lawyers are local, but some of them are from their offices from other states. So I don't know how well they know the rules here.
Well, they got 6 of them sitting there plus Johnny Depp, so somebody should know what's going on.
Well, that's for sure.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue. Would you listen to this, please?
Punching.
Let's skip on. Where's the desk?
Trying to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just do it, you know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess scratched your toes. I didn't really do that. I bent down. You kicked the door. I mean, instead of putting the door, get more open. So that we can.
But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to, I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't, when you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. That we
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole, the door thing, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I had done an accident.
Okay. But let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck? You know, whatever. Because I just got hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you felt the clock.
I remember hitting it as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told us.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door.
That sarcastic smirk is not good for Amber Heard because she is not doing that at trial.
In the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember I did need to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I
Put punching me in the jaw.
didn't. Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you didn't discuss it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about
That's
kicking
her
the door into
story?
your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in
Yeah.
recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about. And no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
So she's saying you're blaming Johnny for filing this case against you and not letting you move on, and you want to move on, yet you did the same thing to him by filing some arbitration, I guess, for defamation. So you're still trying to sue him. You're not letting it die either. Will this case help men who are getting abused and come forward without getting called weak if they never touched their wife? Greetings from Switzerland. Hoffenheim, I think so. I mean, I definitely think it's the most high-profile male domestic victim
Plaintiff's
cases.
Exhibit 219.
All right, let's see if she can impeach her.
And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom. Again, Ms. Heard, just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please. And the next page.
It's easy to forget if you click the mute button. Brandy asked why they have to keep reminding Elaine to turn on her mic. It's not strategic because it's annoying the judge, and usually you don't strategically annoy the judge. Mo, all parties do have access to evidence, but my dad said earlier as well, you can sometimes bring new stuff in to impeach. They've already shown it to Elaine. Maybe Elaine didn't get to look at it in detail.
Heard that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So she actually
you filed
sued
the
him
first
first.
charge, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Wow. She fired
I
the
don't.
first
They,
shot.
they didn't file anything. It was a threatening letter.
So what? I think that's important because she's saying the whole reason she's here is because Johnny Depp, but she's actually the one that started it. I think that's important because of what Amber's lawyers are arguing. Definitely impeaches what she's saying and why they're here. And she's so miserable because he
Sir,
sued
isn't
her.
it true that you
it
once
impeached her for
filled
sure.
out a customs form falsely so that you could get?
May we approach?
Oh, they are getting into it. Everybody was asking me if they were going to get into her perjury in Australia for like bringing dogs or something that she wasn't supposed to. And I guess she lied on some forms. I guess she has to swear under oath potentially. And if she's being investigated.
I remember this in the press.
But she's not being charged. So I don't know if they were going to be able to get into it. Maybe they could get into it just by asking her if what she wrote on those customs forms was true or false. And if she says they were true, then fine, they can't impeach her. But if she agrees that she lied on a customs form, that does go to her moral turpitude. And you can impeach her on that when she's on the stand as a witness sworn under oath, right?
Well, you can't do it, but if she got charged and convicted of it.
No, she has not been convicted.
I don't know. I mean,
I thought they weren't going to be able to get it in.
This judge may have a wide latitude and cross. Maybe they opened the door for some reason, but normally this wouldn't be able to come in, the fact that you lied on a customs form.
Well, they opened the door to her credibility and veracity. So you agree that I don't think that's enough to get into this. I did not think this was going to come in. A lot of people asked and I said no. Just the fact that she's being accused or even investigated or even charged in another country with perjury, that does not make it admissible in our court system, I don't think.
No.
Not convicted. Investigated and maybe charged. I'm not sure if she was even charged, but holy cow, that is interesting. I love it. Hey, Camille's going for it. She's using what she has.
That's why we know she's coming to the end of her cross, is because she's pulling out the stops now.
Somebody was asking about why they covered the transcript of the video. It was up there the first time. That must have been what Elaine's objection is. Mo and Hoos kind of both had the same question. Elaine must have objected, and Camille's like, fine, cover it up. I don't care. I want them to see her reactions, not the transcript. I guess she was saying it was cumulative. She is one compulsive liar, toxic attitude. I hope the jury sees right through her. It's shocking. You can see she's an abuser, Heather Hickson said. Are most opposing attorneys on a case like this kind of respectful outside of court? Absolutely. Most of the time, we're friends with most of the lawyers we go up against. Very respectful. I can't think of any lawyer that I hate or don't speak to or, act nasty to outside of court. There are some I don't like. There's some I like better than others, but Lisa Beaupre. Elaine must have told her to thank Camille for the documents. She only had attitude yesterday with no words. Any chance for the prosecution for perjury? Camille kept stating, under penalty of law. AH kept Grifter's motto of staying with the lie till you die. 313 in the D. We talked about this so many times. It's very difficult, but Camille does keep saying, under penalty of perjury, is this your testimony? And then impeaching her. I actually think Amber's done okay with some of the impeachment. Like, I didn't remember, the dates were a little different. It's the pictures and the actual evidence that they throw back in her face that she disagrees with. That's harder for me to watch.
Well, here we go. Let's see what happens.
Sir, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp,
she's not allowed to get into it.
Quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I mean, I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition. And you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
874?
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Another clip of the divorce depots coming in.
I'm sorry, just 72 lines.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Like every single thing she wants to impeach her with, they approach on and argue about. All right, if JD's a junkie, funny how no withdrawal symptoms while sitting 24/7 in court, was also allowed to see his kids. Yeah, Karen, I don't know. I mean, sometimes there are functioning junkies.
I thought they said he had recovered or
He has now. Well, he said that multiple times kind of throughout, but I don't think that's necessarily evidence of anything. But NKS, how would she have proved defamation if she can't show a negative change in circumstances of her life? Like people have to believe less of you and believe must manifest, right? Yeah, there's got to be damages. And I don't think she's proven any damages. I mean, I guess the Aquaman 2 stuff potentially, but she still has more evidence to prove. Let's just say that. Her testimony alone, I don't think has done a great job.
And she herself doesn't know what Aquaman 2 is going to turn out to be.
Right. She brought the dogs to Australia after they said no. That's what Kyle said the issue with the Australia thing is. Deposition, she said, this is from Lisa, that's what happens when he's trying to get into a room and she's trying to keep him out of it. He was in the bathroom in the audio.
If we could please
Correct. And she agreed to that in court.
Display to the jury. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
All right, so we're getting into the depot again.
Ms. Hurd, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him.
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Oh,
Look up there,
no.
didn't you, Ms. Hurd? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order.
I've
didn't
never
you?
seen
I
that.
disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before his
Oh my
deposition was
gosh, it's
taken,
all happening
wasn't it?
right now.
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce
Wow.
from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when
years.
you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Tassa Van
Oh
Ree
my
is your ex-wife, right?
gosh. Oh, here we
right.
go. The ex-wife. There's the
She's
domestic
one that
violence.
that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was 2013 fights around March. Yes,
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
that's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that's all she can
And people
do.
saw that,
That's not true.
and it was covered in the press.
Wow.
Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can we
coincidentally.
please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1279?
Wow. Yeah, I knew she was going to ask her, but she can't say that she got arrested. That's the big thing, is you can't say you got arrested. Oh, this is all the stuff is coming out right now that everybody was wondering if they're going to get into it. So they got into the domestic violence. They got into the leaking it to TMZ. TMZ
Right.
does own the rights to that video that we've seen, that secret video. Wow.
If you could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know when this
May of
was.
2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
The headline says Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
All right. So she wants to get into what the headline actually says, that she actually.
But the article is not in evidence.
Yeah,
right?
but she's impeaching her. That's the point. Is
I
she's
know, but
saying,
she's quoting from a document not in evidence.
yeah, but it's not. She's saying Johnny Depp planted it. Did Johnny Depp plan it, or did this person writing the article just say it?
I'm waiting to see what proof she has that Johnny planted it. Plus, I'm waiting to see what proof they have that she planted the TMZ
Title
stuff.
reads Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
How can they
May we
bring that
approach?
stuff in without evidence?
Well, because she's opened up past abuse. Her expert said that she has no record of past abuse, which is wrong. And her expert based her whole testimony and her diagnosis on that. I agree. Now they can't get into the fact that she was arrested. I think that's too prejudicial. But the fact that she can ask the questions, that's the point. There's no evidence that Amber Heard actually did strike anybody or had domestic violence in her past.
And she's stuck with the answer.
Exactly.
No.
Camille can ask. That's the point. Amber can deny, but Camille can ask. And Camille can use the headlines to impeach her and stuff, but this is wild. Wow. I am really surprised they got into this and all the TMZ stuff. This is definitely the highlight of the trial, in my opinion. Definitely the highlight of the trial.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her
Objection, Your Honor.
ex-girlfriend.
She's already,
No, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
How many times she
Trying
gonna
start
say it?
over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
That's a
I mean,
great
I'm sorry,
ending.
redirect.
That's a great ending for her.
Ms. Heard, did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, I should be at least be.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
I wonder if they're going to put their girlfriend
So when
on.
you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day. So kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Leading?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going
Wow.
to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was
So Elaine is
during the
is
mimicking
mimicking and making fun of his
July,
voice now.
correct?
That was
Objection
And he's
leading.
laughing about it.
I
Yes,
know.
leading.
When was this?
Wow.
That was in July of
Elaine
2016.
is on
That was
tilt
the
right
first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after he said, "You will not see my eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. They gave us
This
a
is
moment.
so shocking to
Johnny
me.
kissed me again.
Like, this is like a Hollywood
held
movie.
me. I cried. He cried. And then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendant's Exhibit 1581L. I'm sorry? Do you recognize this?
Objection, Your Honor.
document?
May we
Okay.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
There's always a lot of objections during the redirect because they're trying to keep out all the stuff that are the contra cheap shot stuff that came out in cross-examination.
Yeah, Bat Tech asks, why can't they mention the arrest? It's relevant. It's way too prejudicial. She was never convicted. People believe that if you're arrested for something, you did it. So to put that in front of a jury, judges almost never allow just arrests to come in.
Right.
But I think that they opened the door to her at least asking the questions, and then that opened the door to Elaine being able to ask. They came out and refuted it. But these are, if you're not enjoying this trial as far as like from a viewer's perspective, then you wouldn't enjoy any trial, because most trials are a lot more boring. You don't have TMZ, you don't have tweets, you don't have Johnny Depp and Pirates of the Caribbean and Aquaman. I mean, this stuff is exploding
Tell
now.
the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said.
She
She
said,
already
"I
did.
love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was
This is
on
why I
your
didn't like
arm
Camille starting with that. It opened the
from
door to that
March
exact
15,
explanation.
2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it, that wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
That's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's
that
leading,
raised
it's
it.
sustained.
It's leading, Elaine.
Okay.
You're on redirect.
What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
My
Objection, Your Honor,
therapist.
hearsay.
I'll sustain
Your
your
Honor,
objection.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's
on that?
fine.
The judge is like, that's fine. By the way, sometimes, just so people might not know this, when you really get heated and it keeps going, sometimes the judge will not let you approach. And it's very annoying and frustrating, but the judge does not have to let you approach. The judge can just make their call and keep moving on. Can Depp's team recross? They can ask for it, and then it will be up to the judge whether or not they allow it. I don't think I've seen any recross throughout the entire trial. A new line would have to come, so they would object to the redirect being outside the scope of cross, but if the judge allowed it, then the judge would likely allow recross on the new information, right?
Right. It'd have to be something that we couldn't have asked on the original cross.
Right. So it has to be new information. Again, can Camille question Amber again? That would really be the only way. Can Tasha Van Ree be a rebuttal witness? Yes, but I don't think she's going to say what Johnny wants her to say. I think she's more likely to be a witness for Amber at this point than for Johnny, from everything that I've heard. Oh my word, look at her attitude rising. Big brown eyes. How much damage could the friend/family of Amber H do? A lot of damage. Amber is seething, far cry from the victim, demeanor she tried to put on during direct. Thank you both for your commentary. It's great. Thank you, Gemma. Sure can tell you were raised right. Fave new YouTuber. I enjoy being non-biased and seeing for what it is. Good job, Dad. Appreciate this from Kim Z Life. Thank you, Kim. Can Amber Heard's DV with her wife Tasha be mentioned to show she has a history of DV? Dana, your question was answered. Emphatically, yes. The video just hopped for some reason.
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
How
Calls for
many?
hearsay.
How many?
Overruled.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just showed that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor.
tell
Can we
anyone.
approach? This is, again, inappropriate.
Yeah, Elaine is really inappropriate explaining this stuff in front of the jury. It's annoying to me, and I'm not even trying the case. And she made her assistant lie about the fact that she knew she wasn't allowed to take the dogs in Australia, Nina said. So a lot of stuff surrounding that Australia perjury, but it did not come in. Shocked Lethal, your thoughts on Amber Heard wanting this publicized? I believe it was the worst thing she could do because it proves Johnny isn't an aggressor but a victim and only damages her future as a proved aggressor. I agree with you. Shocked lethal.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems
Camille won
with
that
your
objection.
nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce,
Objection
correct?
leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection leading
All right,
calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading.
Judge, can you
Your
make a
Honor,
call?
We could,
Let's-
yeah, witness could be instructed not to answer until I
All right.
lodge my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077?
This is turning into like
Do you
the
recognize?
judge
this
needs to get some
document?
control here.
My screen is black.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes, I do.
She's trying to see if they're with her, I think, Kim.
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was my-
Objection, Your Honor.
the
Hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you.
Yeah, she
I will
hasn't
sustain
the whole
objection
time.
as to hearsay.
Okay.
They're trying to get into the fact that the ENT said you had multiple breaks in your nose. Look at Camille's ready at that microphone. Do you see that?
What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was
Oof,
suggested
Elaine,
that you
take
had
a-
not
take a
produced this
breather.
in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor,
and-
she absolutely
So
did that.
it's leading. It is leading question.
The judge is like, Elaine, I don't know what you want me to say. It's leading.
What, if
Stay
anything,
on
did
it,
you
Camille.
do to
Stay on
produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had the
Oh,
Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe, maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection. Leading.
Sustain.
What, I said, what, if
Foundation.
anything, Your Honor?
Hearsay.
Camille's like,
You're off.
you can't answer. You can't ask this question for a million reasons, Elaine. Oh, that was good. This is fun. It's just fun lawyering, you know. Elaine, I mean, Camille's really
When did
staying
you
on top of
see
it.
an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not
Nope,
asking her to
can't
tell
get-
what they said.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Why haven't they put the evidence in?
Because it's not relevant to the case. They can't prove that those breaks have anything to do with Johnny.
So
What, if
this
any,
just says-
production did you make to the plaintiffs
Oh, stop.
of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
You need to
Just-
approach the
I'm
bench
asking
and
you
cut
to-
this off.
Thank you.
Ask
Yes.
the judge to make her move on.
And do you recall? I'm trying.
But you're failing.
What,
Yeah.
if anything,
Take a second and think about your question.
did the
There's really no
medical
good question.
records
Because it's not
reflect about
admissible
your-
evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Stop it. Somebody stop it.
Do you
Have mercy.
have injuries to
Seriously.
your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of
object
scar
to
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
Well,
She can certainly testify to.
we'll see where it
Elaine-
goes. Go ahead.
Elaine's like, please,
Go ahead.
please.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Where do you need to see where it's going, Judge? We know
Instruct
where it's
the
going.
jury to
Difficulty
ignore
do
it.
you have breathing?
Yeah.
Objection leading.
What if anything? And that does cure it.
No, it doesn't, but
The judge is even annoyed. It does not cure a leading objection.
Do you remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Okay.
No connection to any injuries from Johnny Depp.
Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Filati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor, leading.
Yes, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
the objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you report, what if anything did you report to Aaron Filati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and
You're up.
hearsay.
Ooh, this is something. Okay. So
This is terrible.
one of the issues here, okay, and people that may be getting annoyed or think the judge is unfair or whatever it may be, Elaine is struggling, and she said, I'm really trying here, Your Honor, because she's struggling to get in inadmissible evidence. And when you try to enter inadmissible evidence, it's supposed to be difficult because it's not supposed to come in. If this was actually a legitimate medical diagnosis, they would have had the ENT doctor come and testify that Amber Heard had healed fractures in her nose from prior broken noses in the past 2 years, 3 years, 6 years, however many years old, that they can testify to a reasonable degree of medical probability, but they don't have that. So to have Amber Heard say, I went to the ENT once and they told me you must have had broken noses. Obviously I did because Johnny broke my nose. You can't do that. That's not authentic. That's not admissible. It's not reliable. That's the problem.
You know, I'm surprised you didn't object when they asked the question about what's wrong with your nose to saying relevance, because they've got to connect that injury somehow to Johnny Depp, and they haven't.
They can't. Exactly. And they don't even have anybody to actually testify that those records are admissible. Those records are not in evidence. This
We're
is
going to have a lot
tough.
of bench conferences, I think, because Elaine's trying very hard to get into stuff that she can't get into, and she doesn't
This
know
is
how to get into it.
A really tough watch. It's fun to see Camille not give up on the objections. Listen, people say, lawyers object too much, it gets annoying, the jury won't like it. Not here. When this is really damning evidence, if she is able to say that a medical expert said, you actually do have documentation of broken noses, which is one of the things we've been asking for. We want to see, did she actually treat for these broken noses? Did she go to a doctor? And years later, I guess she did, after he filed this case, to try to put together some proof of broken noses. But that is not what she had at the time. She never treated at the time. There's no medical records. That's a big part of their case. This is something to me. I mean, this is really, really something to me.
Personally, I think it's awful. I mean, I do. I mean, this is not the way a trial is supposed to go. 800 objections, and it's the same question 50 times, and it still never gets in. It's a waste of time.
It is a waste of time, but it's also, I mean, what do we think the jury thinks about this? That's the question.
I can tell you the jury probably thinks the scar tissue is from Johnny Depp.
Yeah, and the jury's heard it now, and that's the problem, is the jury's heard it. All right, let's get to some super chats here. Sorry, it's getting wild. This is fun. This is why I wanted to just stream Cross. If we could have cut out the entirety of the direct that was boring, this would have been just a really fun stream and all. But I mean, I think it was fun overall, and I think you guys made it a lot more fun. If I didn't have your questions, I'd be bored out of my mind. Watching the attorney teams is like the Mickey Mouse Club against the A team. Arnar Johnson, you guys are great. It's really helpful to follow along. Best regards from Iceland. Awesome. Also a highlight of the Viking series that I watched. Michelle Woods, this is probably the closest I'll ever come to seeing an actual trial proceeding. Well, this is an actual trial proceeding. This is nothing like watching any Law and Order ep. I agree with you, but Michelle, as crazy as this may sound, and not to quote Amber Heard, this may be hard to believe, but this is in fact a real trial. Crimea River, thanks for the super sticker. Had trouble, bad tech, had trouble sleeping or breathing in sleep. Millions have that. I agree, which is exactly why you can't connect it to that, because no doctor is going to put their license on the line and come testify that, yeah, this break is from exactly 6 years ago. So having the trouble sleeping, sure, it is what it is, but millions of people have that. Like that. You're on mute, Dad. Are you saying something?
Are your boys in the crowd?
One right here. Yeah, the DUI guy I see. I didn't see either of the other two, but somebody mentioned that Law and Lumber is in there, but I didn't see him. Taylor seeking cozy. I'm still wondering about this whole can't look at me thing. It's just weird. It seems like it means nothing to her. I agree, but I don't think it came off strong for Johnny Depp's team. I wouldn't have gone with it in Cross, but they did. And some people said they liked it. I wonder if there was metadata on the pic of her with the dark hair and bruises on her arm. I found pics of her with dark hair in 2009. The airport altercation took place, but not in 2012. Interesting. We definitely have some bingo marks to make on the next real break. Amy Sadler. I wonder if there was, oh, we just did that one. Kim, if I'm the jury, I'm thinking what we all are thinking. She's done at this point. Elaine is lost. Jury is smarter. Doug D, I would try to connect broken noses with the horses, but then you're just going on a wild goose chase. You don't want to have to do that. If there's no medical records, that's a much better indication that she didn't actually break her nose. But now that she's bringing out the ENT stuff, that's why it's problematic. Amber Heard had fight scenes and training for them. When there are injuries, they may have happened. ENT 2 years later proves nothing. I agree, which is why it's not coming in, because it's not reliable. But I can't tell if Elaine, I can't tell who's happier with this bench conference right now. Can Camille now rebut the nose and drugs? Potentially. We'll see.
Did you tell Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
And did you text with Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes
Objection,
on
Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain as to leading. Okay.
What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
There you go. Told you that was coming. Outside the scope.
Sustain the objection.
Elaine, stop arguing in front of the jury.
Okay.
Elaine just will not stop arguing in front of the jury. Nova Tropiano, breaking horses, breaks noses. I mean, I get all that, but again, that you're muddying the waters. I think they have it pretty clean right now that she didn't break her nose. She even said, that's what I said it felt like, or I thought I did. I feel like this redirect doesn't even matter. As a juror, I think it makes them look bad to try to trick the court. What's still in my mind is that TMZ slip. That was brutal. That TMZ slip was brutal. Brutal, in my opinion. Watching that on the Depo, she thought it was a joke, obviously. She didn't care. Thank you, Elvira, for the super chat. Isn't the jury just regular people? They might not catch on to what we noticed, right? Absolutely,
did you see Dr.
That's the
Laurel
fear.
Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you
A little late.
see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
I
Leading
think I can bring
calls
that
for
out, yes.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
But what if any?
Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Oh, so now details are important. Okay. To prove something, details are important, she said.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Outside the scope.
Leading.
Outside the scope of
Hearsay.
cross.
I mean,
Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
Relevant.
I'll
The
sustain the
explanation.
objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked
it.
and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit. Can you tell
No.
the jury what
Not-
the context of that
misconduct.
particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will. And I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. It's trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and
I didn't like that line of
went
questioning
to
either, that she only
where
got
we
it
were
'cause
filming
Johnny.
The first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
What
really
they
hard.
said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself. And I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off.
What
That's
if
why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection,
from?
Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and
I'm
lack of
just asking
foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, you have to lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him actually right after it happened what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor,
impossible.
leading.
Sustain the objection, it's leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Sines' testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Sines' testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination. when she-
This is wild. So a lot of people are asking questions like, why isn't Elaine getting sanctioned? Is she borderline misconduct from Marie San Diego? Doug D, can she be held in contempt? Stacy, I can't believe how unprofessional she is. Can't the judge reprimand her? If I were the jury, would I be so confused and annoyed? She's not borderlining contempt. Frankly, she's fumbling over not figuring out how to answer a question. She's not screaming at Camille or the judge or the witness. She's just messing up kind of and not asking good questions. But I mean, do you think she's borderline misconduct held in contempt at this point?
No, I think perhaps that she needs to read the rules of evidence again and learn how to ask a proper question. Because a lot of times, like these leading questions, there really is a way to ask that question so it's not leading.
Easily.
She just doesn't know how.
Easily.
And that's her problem is I don't know what her trial experience has been. And, I could maybe look like a
I
fool.
think
Maybe
she's
she's had
very
600
experienced.
trials.
I think she's very experienced.
But right now, this is painful.
Leading means you're telling the witness what the answer is in the question, basically, or
Officer
suggesting the
Sines'
answer in the question.
testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction.
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass. So I don't know why she's saying that.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. You spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly
I agree,
in passing
JC.
as I was entering, and maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening
Ooh,
of 5/22?
yes. Why did he?
2016?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes,
Please tell us.
because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could.
Anybody
possibly
believe
get.
that? Honestly, I
Now,
don't
the
find that
video
believable.
Showed him laying his head on your shoulder.
Yes, it did,
Can
Elaine. Thank you
describe
for
the
pointing that
jury
out.
What the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that.
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor,
my
calls for
shoulder.
speculation.
That doesn't.
And
call
why
for
emphasize
speculation.
these things?
Yes, it does. And I would not have asked this
He
question.
touched the side of my
I'll
face.
Even
sustain
would
the
I.
objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your
To-
Honor, if we can instruct the witness
If
to
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right. Next
What,
question.
what did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He kind of touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
Oh my gosh, that's so annoying. That literally is saying that she was injured, that he saw an injury on her
Talked
face and
about
he's not
the,
going to testify.
you were
That should
shown
not
a
have come
bunch
in.
of, newspaper
That should not have come
headlines,
in.
and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
You're saying.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible? I don't understand the question.
Unintelligible is the most embarrassing objection that you can get. It means I can't understand your
Was
question.
carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us. And he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you.
Not beyond the scope.
Why did you tweet about
No,
the makeup and
they
Mr.
asked.
Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
After it's already come in.
A little slow on that.
Yeah.
Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh,
all right.
she
Any
surprised
questions
herself.
to your attorney, okay?
So we're going to get another witness today.
You can go ahead and have a seat next to her. That's fine.
Interesting.
Well,
You're going to take off?
I think so.
All
I
right,
think we
very
should do
good.
it.
Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. to
All right, so
discuss
good. We'll
the
get
case with
15
anybody
minutes to
who don't
talk
do
about
executive
it.
search.
I'm probably going
I'll
to just
stay on
keep
for the
going.
recess. I'll
Yeah.
stay on for the recess.
And then I'll keep going till 5 o'clock probably, just because I'm already stuck here today as it is. So I'll keep going till the end of the day today. I am going to recap Cross tonight, but we're going to talk about this. We got lots to talk about now.
All right. Is your next
No,
witness a
it
live
doesn't look
witness,
bad,
remote witness,
Snazzy.
or deposition? Deposition. All right,
Next
so we'll get
witness
the
by
TV set up
deposition.
for that.
Maybe we won't stick for that.
3:30, okay? All right, thank you.
All right, let's give our little recap here. And I'll stay on to answer the rest of these super chat questions before we leave. But so what do you think? Oh, did you see that? Ben Chu just hugged Camille. Like, look at
Johnny
John,
just
everybody's
hugged
like, congrats, you crushed it. Look at
good
that.
job, Camille.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not like you say you got hugged by Johnny Depp.
And
All
look at,
right.
she grabs his hand like she just got congratulated. That is awesome. So everybody's happy for Camille. That's really funny. Hugs all around.
That's going to be for the rest of her life. She's going to remember that cross.
For sure. I mean, it'll probably change your career. I mean, that can be career altering. So what did you think? How do you think redirect went?
Okay. Redirect was terrible. She didn't do any rehabilitation really of any of the questions. She could have, I think, but it was so short. She could have gotten in some of the good stuff because even Amber gave some good shots to Camille's questions. She could have gotten and repeated some of that stuff. She didn't talk about the past testimony. Do you remember when so-and-so said it? Do you remember what so-and-so said? Because there must have been some good testimony for Amber during the prior stuff. So I didn't think the redirect I thought was terrible. It was pathetic and it was stumbling.
It was a lesson in how not to get up there when you're not prepared. Ask the judge for 5 minutes if you need 5 minutes. The judge will give you 5 minutes to collect your thoughts. You need to have when you have redirect, we're prepared. If I can sit here as a trial, not even in the case, and do a fake cross, Elaine could have had somebody from her office do a fake cross, or herself, how she would cross Amber, so you can know what's going to happen in redirect. You prep a portion of it, right? Not the whole thing. You prep a portion of your redirect, and then you respond to a lot of things that do come out in direct. But you have something prepped, so you know what you're going to ask. You know some things you're going to get out, and then you've got to be able to think on your feet. That's what trial lawyers do. And she showed you what happens once you get shook. You know, like Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. And she lost her plan, it seemed like.
She missed a chance to be the last thing, Amber. The last thing the jury's going to hear from Amber would have been what Elaine's questions were, so that the jury would go away with the last thing. She missed her chance for making Amber look good at the end.
I agree. Kim CLLX, why did Amber leave before the jury? She left before the jury because she was getting off the stand. But I'm going to hold off on questions for just a second. But yeah, I think redirect was horrible, except for the fact that they did get out that she went to the ENT doctor, and Amber said she had scar tissue, so they can infer that. Tasha did say, her ex, that those claims were incorrect, unfounded. She did not abuse her. they also got in that Aquaman, or that Depp didn't get her into Aquaman, and the whole, never going to look at me. I thought they got some punches there. I don't know why Depp's team wanted to say she only got Aquaman because Johnny Depp. That feeds into the male-dominated, Me Too movement, that the men dominate this. So you got to sleep your way to the top. And the only reason she got it is because she was with Johnny Depp. I would not have gone there if I was Camille on cross.
Okay.
And I also would not have gone with the whole, he won't look at me, because she can easily flip that and say he doesn't look at me because he can't look at me because of what he's done to me.
I'm shocked that it's legitimate evidence in this case for them to quote newspaper articles.
Oh, they've been on both sides.
Headlines.
But it
I
is
know,
defamation to
that's
show what your
shocking.
reputation is. But it's to show what
I
your
know.
reputation is. And if your reputation was already getting crushed in the media by other things, then you can prove it's not just from this. And they better have better evidence about what her damages are and causally connecting the defamation to her damages.
Yeah, it's been terrible so far.
Yeah. But the end of the cross, getting into the TRO with the sea of cameras, the video depo showing, she, oops, notified TMZ of that, TMZ owning the rights to that video, the domestic violence, how Johnny Depp's not the only victim of domestic violence in her relationships that she's had in the past, and then sitting down was a great 1, 2, 3 combination punch. And if you'll notice, she tried to do the Australia stuff, right? She did try. So give her, she has some gumption, I'll say. She is not scared to wade into the choppy water. Some lawyers would be scared to ask about some of those touchy topics. Can I get into it? Can I not? Will the judge yell at me? Camille went head first, full force into that. She tried to get into the Australia perjury stuff. She got shut down. She didn't stop. Her very next line of questioning was the TRO. Put that deposition up there where Amber slips and is kind of laughing and smirking and rolling her eyes. Talk about TMZ. Did they pay you for the video? We all know they have ownership rights to the video. Then go into the domestic violence. She didn't get scared off by losing the Australia perjury stuff. And she didn't do the Australia perjury stuff last. She did what she knew she was going to be able to get into, which is the prior accusations of domestic violence, because Amber Heard opened the door. That's why I think Ben Chu had the fist pump. She knew they opened doors, so she knew she was going to get into that. That's what she saved as last. The other 2 punches she tried to go for first. She missed on one, but she hit on the other. My opinion as to how Cross ended.
Well, and again, you look at Cross, because at the very beginning, before she started, we started to speculate. And what I said was, she is not going to go for a chronology. She is not going to follow the direct. She is going to go punch, 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 punch. She's going to move from one punch to the next punch to the next punch. And that's what she did. And it wasn't perfect, but she did a very good job. And Amber was terrible.
Yeah, it was tough. A couple of people, maybe Nicholas twice, asked what we would rate Camille on 1 to 10 on that cross. It was Nicholas and Bally asked for us to rate Camille's cross 1 to 10. How would you rate it?
I'd give her an 8.5.
Yeah, I was going to say an 8. I was going to say an 8 out of 10. The ending, she crushed. She nitpicked a little too much in certain areas. She didn't pick up on that Amber admitted in the video that she started physical violence. She missed a couple things and went too far on a couple things, but overall, no, I'd say maybe better than an 8. Maybe an 8.5 is better. Maybe an 8.5 is better. Yeah, because it's better than an 8, but maybe not quite a 9. Right. Not a perfect cross.
And you got to give her a pause for not dragging it on. It wasn't too long.
Absolutely.
And she didn't do some of the really horrendously boring stuff that Elaine did during direct. Yeah. She avoided going through one after the other, and putting people to sleep.
I'm going to say an 8.7. 8.7. I'm not going to use a rookie score like Dave Portnoy said, even though I have to stay with my first score, which was an 8, but I'm going to go 8.7. All right, let's get more cross questions. Who do you think's going to win, Dad? Marie wants to know.
That's a tough one, honestly. Definitely Amber is not going to win.
Yeah, she's not going to win her counterclaim.
That's a definite. Now, whether or not the jury comes back saying they're 50-50 liable for their horrific way they treated each other and acted toward each other, or they're going to give it to Johnny. Yeah, I really don't think Amber's got a chance in Hades to win this case, but they might just split the baby between the two of them because of the way they're. I mean, gosh,
how can you see into a marriage as much as you can see into this marriage?
It's not good.
You know, I mean, it's just not good the way they treated each other. They were brutal.
Mary,
but Johnny's got the advantage.
Mary Gilmore asked, is the trial over for today? No, there's one more witness, I think, by video depo. Peter, do you have Insta? Acantharain said, yes. Let me get rid of this comment of yours so you can see it here. It says Tragos Law. That is our Instagram handle and our Twitter handle. Go follow us there. Subscribe to our YouTube page if you haven't already. Join if you want to join the membership. The join thing's in the description for the video. Juan Antonio Rojas Dinamarca. Thanks for the insights. As a psychologist, it's hard to empathize with the shape-shifting moods from Amber Heard, and seeing Amber Heard's lawyers are sinking. Regards from Costa Rica. I love Costa Rica. I've actually been there. Is Elaine aware all of her questions are hearsay, leading, etc.? Well, the judge and Camille are making her aware of that. Are they not allowed to talk about the letter that Amber's lawyer sent before the TRO, a list of demands in the divorce settlement? I think, Jamie, I think that they referenced that. Maybe. I don't know if you're talking about something else, because I only know what's come in during evidence during the trial. And they did reference some kind of arbitration demand prior to the TRO. So they did talk about it a little bit, but not the full demand. And maybe it's because it's not relevant to the defamation case.
You know what else too? That demand is a settlement offer. So it may be privileged because it was a confidential settlement, right?
Calvin O'Leary, what do you think will happen in regards to AH constantly trying to discredit witness testimony, saying they're all lying? The jury is going to have to decide at the end who's credible, Amber Heard or all these other witnesses and recordings. That's what they're going to have to decide.
And photographs.
Punitor, my sister caught my 2-year-old niece lying about the cookie jar. She was more believable than Amber. Bat Tech, $6 million for this. I want a refund. Elaine is bad. Why isn't Camille recrossing? Texas Girl, a couple reasons. Certain judges don't allow recrosses ever. Second reason, redirect was so bad. Maybe you just want the jury to think about that and end there. Would you have tried to recross?
No.
Me neither.
Leave it alone.
Did anyone notice JD's lawyer planted a diminished losses for Amber Heard by saying she was enjoying domestic life? Absolutely. That was the whole point. I don't think Amber noticed it though, Cluck Duck Goose. I think you picked up that Amber didn't pick up on it. New baby, license, level 3 barista. I think it was a sommelier or whatever. She was going hiking, even though she said she doesn't like hiking anymore. She just starred in another movie. Absolutely, she was trying to diminish the value of her claim, for sure. Your thoughts on leaking the video that TMZ referenced Disney Gal? I thought it was great because I know Emily Baker has talked a lot about this. I didn't want to get into it at all till it came into trial. Now that it's here, if I'm a juror, I'm like, TMZ had that video? How'd they get that video? Maybe they did pay Amber. And if you're starting to feel that way about Amber, you're going to believe she sold it to TMZ. NKS, Elaine is so bad. I wish there was a civil equivalent to ineffective assistance of counsel. Hoos, but leading, even when objected, successfully still leads by planting seeds of any successful follow-up. This is a bad process. I agree, Hoos. That's the point of the rules of evidence. That's why you need the judge to control the courtroom. That's why you need to ask to strike certain things.
That's why objecting after she answers the question is a little late.
But sometimes the judge did say in Camille's defense, let's see where it goes. And then it went exactly where we thought it was going to go. Yeah. Nose issue can also be due to nose something from snorting.
Cocaine, right.
Jason Parisi, can the jury say stop? We've heard enough. We have our decision. No.
No.
Very unprofessional redirect from Elaine. I hope the jury will see it as what it is and not think Camille is trying to hide information. Oh, I meant her hourly rate. I think Elaine's hourly rate is somewhere in the $600-ish range, I think, which is the same as ours. Craig Duncan, where's Kathleen Zellner in all of this? Amber's done. I have no idea. Let's see if they call her. Omar El Madani, how many more days until a decision is made trial do you think? Next Friday is when it's going to end. Fakrul Arefin, Elaine seems to be missing a lot of the courtroom etiquette, in my opinion. I agree. Just making these arguments in front of the jury is the most frustrating thing to a lawyer sometimes. Minnesota Mickey, just curious what your dad's cut is on, or what's your dad's cuts on the YouTube? Well, we've yet
Me
to
too.
discuss that.
I don't know
Yeah.
what my cut is.
We'll have to discuss that. We'll have to discuss that. Minnesota, thanks for bringing it up. You guys are supposed to be on my side. Helen, well, you can also look at it the other way around. As a victim, it is very difficult to look into the eyes of your abuser, right? Of course, yeah. But that's not what Johnny Depp's team made that argument. It's really not how they made that argument.
You know, I tell you, and I got to be honest with you, this not looking in the eyes thing, I really thought that, you know, that was a red herring that meant nothing. Frankly, how could a guy sit in the courtroom for what, how long is this trial supposed to be altogether?
6 weeks.
6 weeks, and you never look at Amber Heard?
I know. It's almost like playing a part at this point.
I know. It's by design. It's not by some emotion.
Which is why, if it was
You
because
know.
he was the victim, like Helen said, I'm with you. It's too unbearable to look at her, but it's not. It's like because he's sticking to his word and he said he would never look at you. I don't buy that type of stuff personally. But
I thought it was kind of ridiculous.
are they able to call Amber Heard's ex as a witness for Johnny Depp? Yeah, but I don't think she'd be a good witness for him, Anna. I think she would say that there was no abuse. King Alex, always look forward to your recaps and finally join for the live. You guys are doing such a great job. Regards all the way from the Maldives. Thank you, King Alex.
Wow.
And I will be doing what?
I said, no, I just said, wow.
Yeah, I will be doing a recap tonight for the people that can't watch the whole thing and just want the 15-minute recaps. I will be doing that. Beverly Alford, why didn't Amber's attorney pull her from the stand? Seems like that's their job. It's like a fighter, throw in the white towel. It was like giving someone a leash to hang themselves. She's clearly unwell. She blamed her psychiatrist, her doctor, her attorneys, all of Johnny's workers, the pictures, everybody except for the judge that granted her the TRO, basically. It's the only person she agreed with. If you do Captain Jack, will Dad be Captain Barbosa? We'll see. He hasn't agreed to that yet. We're also not that close to 100,000. So we got a lot of work to do if we're even going to have Captain Jack on the show. Dragonfly, in civil cases, we do not have a jury in Norway. I think it's better for legal security. I don't. I love the jury system. The jury system is how you don't get jaded. All right. The court is back. Let's hear what they have to say.
And I will see you later.
All right. Thank you again for coming on.
Republication. However, here, when there's additional content that could constitute republication in this matter, so there is evidence of ownership and additional content that the jury could find constitute republication, and that is a factual question that does survive a motion to strike.
So
therefore, the
Johnny
motion to
won
strike
that
is
motion to
denied.
strike because she
Thank you,
reserved
Your
the
Honor.
ruling.
All right, thank you. All right,
Nicholas,
are we ready
mine's
for the jury?
actually 5. My dad's is 6. But we don't do a lot of hourly cases. Most of them's contingent fee, which is how I prefer it. Yeah, Marty, bad move by a lawyer to mock the way somebody else speaks, especially somebody who is alleging to be a victim of domestic abuse. All right, I am actually going to stop sharing now. I'm going to get through these super chats and discuss a little more about Cross. I'm not going to stream this next witness. So if you guys want to catch the trial, I won't feel bad if you leave now. I understand a lot of people are going to leave to go stream the trial. Thank you for being with me during the Cross. I'm still going to hang out here for a little bit, answer these super chat questions, and kind of wind down this video. And then I will do my recap tonight. So check that out. Subscribe to our page if you haven't already. Like on your way out and going to another channel. I know Legal Bites for Kata, Emily D. Baker are all streaming it. So if you want to jump over there, let them know you came from here. And I will be back on some of those other channels this week. This was fun. It was a fun experiment to do this cross. The cross did not disappoint. Fireworks exploded for us. So let's get to the rest of these questions here. Alley Cat, I'm thinking the nose scar tissue comes from plastic surgery. She's an actress, changed the shape of her nose. There could be a million reasons why it was not authentic and admissible and not coming in. Bodaz Bear 1, Your Honor, can we strike the defendant's lawyer at Lane based on not knowing what hearsay and leading is? Be rude, but I get what you're saying. And she's got a DV that's happened like half the people. We read this one, Heather. Our counsel, Amber may continue to lie and contort facts or the fact, but as some wise person said, we know the truth by the way it feels. The truth is hard to miss here. Poppy, how were they allowing Amber Heard to make comments negatively against Johnny after a yes or no question? She's allowed to explain her answer And that's how she decided to explain her answer. Dragonfly, in civil cases, we don't have a jury. We did that one. Minnesota Mickey, I believe the drug test now and give awards to the cleanest also order or say both need drug and anger management counseling. Yeah, they both, I mean, seem like they need help and both have had problems in their relationship, no doubt. The Goddess, Elaine is an inarticulate and petulant. How many times can she poorly attempt to reword a question trying to enter inadmissible evidence? She is struggling. I agree. Lalik Rojas, would you think that Amber's continuous gaslighting and refusal to admit facts during questioning by Camila proved Dr. Curry's diagnosis? I think that they could bring it in on rebuttal potentially to try to explain how this is, it manifests itself in a person on the stand. Katie, the only factual thing we got from Amber's testimony was a TED Talk on how to do blow. Loving you. In the recording, Johnny says, I pushed you. That makes me think they will both lose. I do think there are a couple instances like that. If the jury wants to lean that way, they have evidence to hold on to where they both lose. I do think that's possible, but I think Johnny's already won in the court of public opinion. JJ Doe, dang it, if Camille had just a few more questions, Amber would have screamed. So close. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's hit the, we'll hit the bingo here before we go out. If you were a juror based on what you've seen in this case, how would you feel currently? Also, how much farther ahead do you think Johnny Depp is? I would say only about 60% at this point. We've been saying kind of 60 to 70%. I just think that she's not telling the truth, but I can't get over the legalities of defamation. If I wasn't a lawyer and didn't know those legalities, I'd be all with Johnny Depp at this point. Anna, what motion to strike did JD win? Didn't understand. This was from when Amber Heard did it in the middle of trial. Motion to strike, basically motion to dismiss the case that she would win. The judge reserved ruling on one part as to whether or not that title would come in. Now that we've had the testimony about the tweet, the judge says the title is going to go to the jury to determine whether or not that's part of this whole defamation thing. Adrian Gates, PT Express finally figure out super chat. Awesome. Thanks for being the voice of reason and walking us through all this nonsense. Your dad is awesome. I agree. Thank you, Adrian, for joining us. All right, John, final question here. Cobra, Forge Tech, 1 length irons, 1 length equals 1 swing. Works for me, but more so for Bryson DeChambeau. Yeah, I could never talk myself into this. I actually have a couple friends that do this. I could never talk myself into the same length all the time. It would just mess with my head. I'm also nowhere near Bryson DeChambeau, so that's why. All right. I'm done, folks. This was fun. Thank you, everybody that joined. Thank you, everybody that asked questions. We had a lot of fun over these last 7 hours. We will get back to other people's streams. No, I just was going to do this for Cross. We're going to get to other people's streams as the week continues. Don't forget. Oh, I forgot. Bingo. I was just reminded. Let's do bingo before we leave. All right. Cries in the first hour, no. Says her father did not abuse her, no. Admits to secretly recording Johnny, no. But we did get the 2009. I mean, it wasn't the arrest, but it was the facts surrounding the arrest. She did not ask her about the notes of Eve Barlow. Milani makeup. The makeup got brought up, but not quite Milani. Amber stuck through. I was impressed with certain parts of it. I know everybody's going to talk smack about her. I was impressed with certain parts. She was prepared. She knew what interrogatory answers she gave. So it was not a total loss for her. Amber starts screaming. I'm going to say no for that one. Johnny has gummy bears. Yes, he did. Juror gets dismissed. No. So we had 1 and 2 bingos from our bingo sheet. That was fun. I'm glad we were able to do that. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that as well. I think I got, all the super chats. Yeah. So I got everything. Check me back tonight, 8:45 p.m. If you weren't able to watch the whole cross, I'm going to do a shorter recap and I will answer all of your questions there. I will also give a recap of whatever this video depo is. I will watch it on 2x speed at some point, but that's it for me today. Thank you guys. This was fun. I'm out of here. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe on your way out.